Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. So we all know that modern dating and relationships are pretty much in the toilet. Divorce rates are increasing, marriage rates are decreasing, women expect way too much of men, and most Western females are either overweight, delusional about what they think they deserve in a man, are major garden tools, or a combination of all three. So what's a man supposed to do if he wants a solid, healthy relationship with a woman who loves, trusts, and respects him? Should he A, get his passport and go overseas to seek better options? B, continue wasting his time and resources pursuing American women? C, give up on dating completely in favor of meeting his sexual needs in other ways? Or D, find out what the cheat code for relationships is on February 29th. If you chose D, you need to get on the waiting list now for the most unique, easy-to-follow relationship guide that not only works, but has never been done this way before. The sign-up link is in the description or the bio. Okay, so you are one of the fortunate few who's actually had some success in this dating market. You're in good shape, you're financially stable, and you've got plenty of experience with women. Like most men in your position, you've had a mixed bag of experiences with women. You've had some good relationships, some not so much. You've had some hookups, one-night stands, situationships. You've had them all. However, that one great relationship has always eluded you, and you have no idea why. Could it be the lack of quality women here in the West? Is it the toxic Western culture? Or could it be that you're missing the one element that will change your relationships with women forever? On February 29th, you will learn what this key element is and how to use it when I release the relationship guide that will quite literally fill in all the gaps that have escaped you in the past. Go to tsracademy.com/new to learn more. Link in description or bio.
You're a fucking loser.
You live in your mom's basement.
You probably have a 2-inch cock.
You sound like a white guy.
Congratulations.
For what?
You said you got a girlfriend.
You're probably a virgin.
So that's a no for Netflix and chill?
Fuck you.
So I'm curious. Tell me about your show. What do you talk about?
I talk about how women ain't shit.
Oh.
What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharpe, and welcome to the 1032nd episode of TSR Live, your daily dose of toxic masculinity, misogyny, and small dick energy. It is Wednesday, January 3rd of 2024. It's good to have you guys in today. We're going to get right into it. So today I'm going to be reacting to a podcast that has been started by Kevin and the Savo brothers. Now, you guys know Kevin and I are very, very good friends. He's a movie maker. There we go. He's a movie maker. His brothers, Mark and Rocky, are super cool. Love those guys. The bond they have between each other it's a beautiful thing to see three brothers, sort of all, working for the same thing. Yeah, they've got their issues like as any family does, but it's very, very cool to watch brothers, grown men, tell each other, I love you right before they hang up the phone. Like that to me is what blows me away. Anyway, so Kevin has decided to take sort of a different approach with this particular podcast. He's always maintained that he's not trying to be, Fresh and Fit 2.0. Shout out to CJ and the 562. But he also wants he's also going to explain, and I'm actually going to have him. He's actually going to be coming up here in about 10 or 15 minutes. We're going to watch this introductory video. I'm not going to react to this video. I'm just going to let it play. And the reason why I'm going to let it play is because this more or less explains and encapsulates. It encapsulates the new direction the Savo brothers are going with the red pill. So without further ado, here we go.
You're not gonna have the same fucking
this
experience
guy.
that they did. You're not gonna have the same opportunity. Go ahead and let that guy in, Kevin Savo. What's up, Kevin Savo?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm listening to this like the past 25 minutes, and I'm trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about.
This guy's a loser.
What are you trying to get at ultimately? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm tired of fucking grifters. I hate fucking people who want to just make money off of fucking losers all day long.
Oh, who want to make money off losers all day long. When he says that they want to make money off losers all day long, what he's implying is that my followers are losers. Do I have any losers in the chat? Anyone who has been to the CME, anyone who's purchased my products, anyone who has bought a book or a course, do you guys consider yourself to be losers? And what he's really saying, what a lot of these people, okay, there we go. What a lot of these people, and yes, let me know on the volume levels, guys. I know that they've been low the past couple of times, so please keep me abreast as to the levels. There we go.
What is your?
Okay, I think that's what it is. Yeah. So anyway, so these people love to sit around and complain that we make money off of our knowledge. This is something everybody does. No one considers, the only reason why he considers them losers is because we're making money and he's not. I'm tired of these grifters making money off of losers. I would actually like to see him talk to one of my loser fans. Let him continue. So this is Kevin calling into this loser show.
What do you immediately disagree with? And I'll we debate it.
Debate. Here we go.
It's so hard to even pinpoint because you went on a rant about like 26 different points that were all wrapped into like a 20-minute segment. And what I can't figure out
just bring up one point that you disagree with. Just one of them.
Well, the main thing I'm trying to understand is being purple pill is just like a touch away from being red pill. And it sounds like you're really going off about like the most minor differences in philosophy between you and the red pill cast, because it's not that different.
So
right?
you're like trying to label me, bro. Don't try to label me.
Yeah, the show is called Purple Pill.
Yeah, but
he said, "Don't try to label me, bro. Don't try to label me as a purple pill, as a purple pillar." He's like, "Bro, your show is called the Purple Pill." What's his response?
Don't label it though. It's fucking lazy.
Why
It's
are you
literally
yelling?
just being lazy. That's all it is. I know it's lazy because the last decade of my life, when I was constantly outside doing
Yeah,
shit,
now he's going
I
off on a tangent.
had a
Yeah. See, now he's going off on a tangent. He's acting like a female. He's going to filibuster because he knows he's caught.
huge mass of friends that were too lazy to come with me. That's what it is today. Path of least resistance.
Why are you yelling?
Because I'm very passionate about this shit. There's a lot of men that are getting fucked up today. Myron yells into the screen, and then if somebody says, "Oh, why are you yelling? Why are you emotional?" Because I really care about this fucking shit, and that's why I got into this shit.
All right, fair enough. I'll give him that.
I'm good at it.
Well, you know how there's a perception that most of the red pill guys are like kind of wacky and out there?
Yeah.
Well, you're there. Welcome.
Thank
And look, he has not a fucking clue as to how to respond to this.
you, bro. I'm happy.
You're wilding. I'm no longer.
Look at that big fucking shit-eating grin. Guys like that, and again, men like that, they don't succeed because no one is going to financially support someone who does nothing but complain about men who are doing better than him financially.
Longer red pill, but I still could never be blue pill.
Other content creators are beefing with other content creators.
Sorry about that. I need to rewind this so you guys can hear what Kevin says because I think I agree with him on a lot of this stuff.
Still could never.
You're wilding.
I'm no longer red pill, but I still could never be blue pill.
Other content creators are beefing with other content creators over if you should cold approach or not. Red pill is not an identity, doofus. It's a tool.
That's
Right.
me?
Yeah.
You want to fight? What we used to talk about, or what guys who claimed red pill used to talk about, was raising women's attraction. And you're not raising a woman's attraction if you can't provide a little bit of fantasy. So you need to provide a little bit of fantasy in order to raise a woman's attraction. You need to create a little bit of a fantasy romance around you and her, whether that's purely sexual or it is romantic, because she needs to feel something other than the fact that you want to get in her pants. Now, how the fuck are you going to do that if you're beating her over the head with statistics of reality of how harsh life really fucking is, and how wrong feminism really is, and how everything they taught her in college is wrong, and how there's a high percentage of men that never get sex, but you know nothing about them because you're chasing the 10% of men that all they want. Is that sexy? Does that sound like a situation where I'm going to get laid at the end of the night, or get a girlfriend, or add a new girl to my rotation? Don't do shit like that. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Okay, let's pivot off that point for a minute.
Did I overwhelm you?
Guys, Wise One says, jack up the volume on the videos I'm playing. Is everybody good on the levels? Is everybody are the audio levels good? Let me know.
I'm no longer red pill to my core, but I still could never be blue pill. And there is no place in the fucking so-called manosphere for somebody that's right in the middle of all useful information, using it to their benefit to be a better and stronger man. And I'm not even going to say that's the problem with what's going on, because that's what everybody says. You know what the problem is? You're listening to shit you shouldn't listen to. Listen to whatever the fuck you want to. I'm just going to acknowledge that there's no...
Jesus Christ, I have this thing, dude, I've got this thing cranked up as high as I can go. There's got to be something wrong with my system. Like, I'm maxed out here.
Place for that. You red pill, you better be red pill for life. You so much as lean a little bit purple pill, you ain't shit now. Now, that's just nerds saying that. And I'm not saying we should change that and be more open-minded. Be as closed-minded as you want. But that's where I'm at right now. I'm almost 28 years old. This is the closest I've ever been to...
How's that, guys? Let me know if you guys can hear it.
30, and shit changes every year. So I'm at a point in my life right now where I no longer say, because of what red pill became, I no longer say that I'm red pill. I talked to Saunders about this. Now, what Red Pill Alliance was our interpretation of red pill before it became mainstream.
Yep.
Which was just to know truth about government, society, marriage, your own nature as a man, what morality counts in terms of setting you up for the most success in your life, how to move with women, how to handle yourself, how to handle your frame, how to be the most productive kind of man.
Yeah, also, my new sound mixer, when it detects sound in the microphone, it'll automatically lower the volume of the video. For example,
and that you can be in knowing that you may be of the small few that ever figure this out. And if you can figure it out young, the world is yours. That's what our brand Red Pill Alliance stands for. Now, what the fuck they turn this whole thing into, I'm no longer going to sit back and be like, oh, yeah, it's all great. No, it's not all great. A lot of it's fucking shot.
Are you talking about Red Pill or Red Pill Alliance?
No, Red Pill fucking scene in 2023.
By the way, mods, I don't have this on members only. I have this on subscribers only. So be on the lookout. Be on the lookout. If there is any negativity at all, or any trolling or whatever the case may be, get rid of them immediately.
It used to be a space where, like, you know, the AMSs and Rolo was doing his thing, and there was like go-to people for it, and it was a place where, like, it not being mainstream made it easy to, like, just digest and be able to, like, have quality content. And now there's so many fucking people in the game doing it, and there's so many opinions, and then other content creators are beefing with other content creators over if you should cold approach or not. It just muddies the water so much.
Are the hardcore red pill nerds using it as a tool, or has that become their identity because they never had an identity?
That's a suck. If you talk anything that's considered red pill, they're like, you are red pill, even though, like, in a sense, it is just a tool. It's also just being, you're basically red pill.
No, I can turn it off right now. There we go.
Pill is just being aware. It's not, you don't have to do anything to be red pill. If you're aware, you're red pill.
To me, it's just a metaphor for seeing truth in a world that lies to you and sells you an illusion. And that has been tainted. In 2022, when it became mainstream and they were really gunning for anything red pill, it was seen as like a hate cult. That was fucking fun.
Dude, and all the shit that's going on now.
That was fun to be associated with.
Right.
But now it's simmered down, and I think it's just seen as a nerd cult that nobody takes serious. But that's what happens.
I don't know. The government's taking it pretty serious.
the government is taking it serious, and that's just some other shit too. But I mean, they have a right to take it serious because that's what red pill initially meant, to see through the lies they sell us on everything for financial gain by the elites. And then I don't know if it was, I guess I believe it was Rollo who first used that terminology to apply it to women have a nature that you are unaware.
Mike Juggin, watch it, brother. Watch it. Watch it. Look, you don't have to, just because you don't know who he is doesn't mean you got to come in here. Who the fuck is this guy? Just relax. His name is Kevin Savo.
About because you were told a fake story about a woman's nature, and now you don't even know how to deal with women, which means you don't even know how to have a relationship, how to have a wife, how to deal with the women in your family or anything. But the initial idea of the red pill was a metaphor from the Matrix that you could apply to government and the way the world works and what they ultimately want to do, which is always to sell us lies about everything, to keep humanity so bewildered that we never know what's right or what's wrong, and we can't make decisions for ourselves that are going to be beneficial to us. But I'm going to be honest about the fact that there's no point in walking around anymore going, I'm red pill and she's red pill and we're all fucking red pill and I'm proud to be fucking red pill, because now it means too many things to too many different people. And I don't have the patience like some content creators do to sit here and go, well, what does it?
Yeah, Zachary Moore said, don't make it your whole life. That's where Roosh screwed up.
Guys, I'm not going to be 30 years old talking about I'm red pill. Okay, that's fucking ridiculous. Okay, it's a metaphor. Like the commenter said, it's a tool. So if you discovered something that you've been lied to about your whole life, whether it be how marriage actually works, marriage is dangerous. Marriage is so dangerous to men. And you need to walk through that scenario with caution. If you finally discover by, I don't know, listening to somebody who's been through the court proceedings of seeing what happens when people used to love each other, now their finances are being split and everybody's fucked.
Coach Greg Adams.
You could still say, you got red pilled. Now you know how this works. But to make it your identity, I am red pill and he's red pill and she's red pill.
And that's one thing too that I've like seen throughout is people that don't comprehend that like the knowledge that you gain from watching these content creators is knowledge that you can use as a tool. But like you've met people that are a little bit more on the, I don't want to say like beta side, but a little bit more on like they're not as outgoing, they're not as confident side, and they find red pill content, and instead of using it as a tool, it becomes them. It's all they talk about. We ran into some people like that in Miami.
And I was there.
Is their essence.
I was there. Guys, you can't sit here and preach about things unless you admit your faults. So let me admit my red pill faults. My faults of getting too wrapped up into this in the heat of it in 2022. And it's not the end of the fucking world. But I can tell you, having lived through it, never to fucking do this. If you're a younger man, I don't give a fuck how much you love red pill content. You never need to be getting into a debate about masculinity versus feminist ideology with a woman that you're interested in. I was doing shit like that. I was so wrapped up in it. I'm doing the show with Donovan Sharpe. I got to do Fresh and Fit. We're hanging with Rollo, and it's all good shit. But generally, when you had that one AMS type influencer that you were listening to just to get some game, just to improve your game as a man, it was just for you. And maybe you talked about it with your boys. When it became mainstream and now you're a fucking ideologue, and you think it's really cool to be an ideologue because I have my own ideological view, like a fucking nerd. I'm done with that shit too. I don't give a fuck if I'm ever perceived as smart. Okay. I'm a fucking man. I have certain capabilities. I don't give a fuck if you perceive me as somebody who's equal to a college professor, because I'm not a fucking dork. And those of you that aspire to have that, to have my ideology, great. Yeah. How is your ideology going to save you when somebody grabs you by the fucking throat? Do you know how to get out of a fucking chokehold? Okay, then. So there's your fucking little tidbit about what masculinity really is. Motherfuck. God damn. At a certain point, I was getting into my, no, there's another term that I want to use. Intellect. I was getting into my intellect as much as the world was getting everybody else and all of the youth into their intellect. Mm-hmm. That's where they want us. There's a red pill for you. Why the fuck do you think they're sucking in the youth into any ideology they possibly can and saying you will be more valuable if you're more of an intellect? Well, most intellects aren't just like, I'm just trying to brush up on my knowledge. I'm just trying to be a smarter person.
Right.
They're attaching themselves to a group, and everybody's got one. You're red pill, you're feminist, you're in the gay group, you're in the straight group, you're in the conservative group, you're in the this group, and now I remember
a long time ago on the 6th, Jap actually Jep actually talked about the fact that all these red pill factions were almost like gangbangers out here, like MGTOW for life. No, it's red pill. Nah, man, it's incel. Blah, blah. It's ridiculous.
And man, I may have never had as much self-esteem as the average person, but now I do because I'm a fucking ideologue.
Oops.
And I'm an intellect, and I can explain these things to you, and I can counter your debate. I was starting to get like that at the height of 2022 when red pill became mainstream. Before it was mainstream, I was just watching and listening, and I dug it. Love the Rational Male, love AMS. These guys have some fucking profound information. But to not have just left it at that, I guess that's the point I'm getting across. And I kind of hate the notion that someone like Rolo and a couple other cats that are really, really dedicated to the red pill would hate that I'm saying something like this. But if you really listen to what I'm saying, The Rational Male is such a good book. Okay, this is its 10th year anniversary, actually.
Wow.
10 years of The Rational Male. And all I'm saying is, what a valuable book. I read it, and a lot of the information in that book will stick with me forever.
Right.
What the fuck else do I have to do now, though? I've watched every AMS video possible. I can't escape a lot of the things AMS taught me. What else do I have to, you know what I mean? What else do I have to do? And so if you're like an ideologue,
You're in a different position than a lot of people.
No, but what I'm saying is like, all you can do is look at information and learn from it, and you may value it
or not.
It's really cool. It's really, really cool to see that young men are starting to understand this. Because when this first started out, it was really guys in their 40s and 50s. But then when the PUAs came in, it kind of moved to the 40s and 30s. But now we got Myron Gaines. He just turned 32, 33. Fresh Prince CEO is still in his 20s, I believe. Kevin Savo, he's almost 28. I think Rocky is 24. Mark is 22. So it's good to see these guys. It's really, really, really good to see these guys really catching on to this.
You may value it. Rational Male is a fucking incredible book. Every man should read that book.
No problem, Jethro.
Right, but do you have to run with it for 10 fucking years and everything you do is red pill community related and shit? I'm telling you, my personal opinion is that you don't. What I'm not telling you is what every other influencer is telling you is you can't be listening to these guys. This is the problem, is listening to people like this, listening to people like that. Despite what I'm saying, listen to as much Rolo as you possibly can if you love Rolo. Listen to as much AMS as you possibly can if you like AMS. But if you don't have an identity of your own, you can't apply any of the things they taught you to what you have going on in your own life, because you
Jesus Christ. God, Fresh is already 31. Holy shit. Dude, I met Fresh when he was like, oh my God.
don't have a life to begin with. You don't have an
I'm getting
identity
old.
to begin with.
Oh my God, Jethro. Myron's about to be 34 and Fresh is 31. God damn. Time flies.
So you have to have a base of an identity before you can even learn from somebody like Rolo or somebody like that.
Yeah, you got to. It's basically, it's just a long way of explaining that it has to be used as a tool. It cannot be your identity.
And that's what Rolo always said to me. Known him 3 years. He's like an uncle to us. We've hung with him in person. He's been at the house.
Rolo.
That's what he's always said to us. Use it as a tool. So I don't even think I'm going against anything that he says, but I know that he is this sort of material is very personal to him because he launched a culture. He basically launched a culture that didn't exist before he put it out there in the mainstream. And so I know he's proud of it, but I am not challenging a person when I am challenging a plethora of information that no one person has a hold over. Now it's, you tell me what's red pill. What's red pill? Is it what fucking Pearl says? Is it what MLD says? Is it what, if you want to be a part of the collective, then the collective will represent you when saying things that you never said. And that's a big part of Rolo's frustration. So my antidote to that is
very
listen
good point.
To the Rational Male. Read the Rational Male. If that's what speaks to you the most, okay? And if that brand aligns with you, don't worry about, in my personal opinion, I don't even really care what anybody thinks about this. Don't concern yourself with how that relates to every other motherfucking thing that's being said in the manosphere. Because to a certain extent, it can't all be.
Appreciate Secondhand Truth gifting a membership to Hugh Jassel. If you would, Hugh Jassel. Put your age and location in the chat. Let's go ahead and do a chat-wide age and location check.
This big collection of thoughts because everybody's not on the same page. But in wrapping up my point, in the mistakes I've made in becoming too red pill, I was dating hot women. I had rotations of women, 2-3 women at a time. And
Black Samurai says, I'm 40. It's too late for me. It is never too late, my friend. It is never too late, my friend. My friends in the chat, let's pick up our brother Black Samurai, man. Let's pick him up. Let's pick him up. He thinks it's too late. Let him know that it is not too late and tell him why. Let's pick up our brother, man. Black Samurai's got a little bit of a confidence problem. Nothing wrong with that. We've all had them. But let Black Samurai know that it is definitely not too late. Let him know, guys.
If they got a little feministy, instead of being a fucking man and being like, it's 2023, she's about of college age. This is some of the stuff she's hearing. She may be in college. Her friends might talk with this. Her friends might speak about things like this. She's on TikTok all the fucking time. And this is what happens. Let her be a girl. Let her think what she wants to think. I was fucking stepping in there like it was a goddamn Fresh and Fit debate. That's not cool, guys.
No, it's not.
That's not fucking cool. And I'm not saying it's like wrong, like I should go to hell for it, but it's doofy. What we used to talk about, or what guys who claim the red pill used to talk about, is raising women's attraction. And you're not raising a woman's attraction if you can't provide a little bit of fantasy. So you need to provide a little bit of fantasy in order to raise a woman's attraction. You need to create a little bit of a fantasy romance around you and her, whether that's purely sexual or it is romantic, because she needs to feel something other than the fact that you want to get in her pants. Now, how the fuck are you going to do that if you're beating her over the head with statistics of reality of how harsh life really fucking is, and how wrong feminism really is, and how everything they taught her in college is wrong, and how there's a high percentage of men that never get sex, but you don't know nothing about them because you're chasing the 10% of men that all the other women want? Is that sexy? Does that sound like a situation where I'm going to get laid at the end of the night, or get a girlfriend, or add a new girl to my rotation?
Spoiler alert.
Don't do shit like that.
Thank you.
Fuck what anybody says.
Thank you.
Let's pivot off that point for a minute.
Did I overwhelm you?
Me?
My bad.
No. But I think you beat that point down.
I did, but yo, no, I'm done fucking around. No, I'm gonna ask you this live. You always saying that you're always telling me that I'm good at it. I do this because other people told me I'm good at it and I should do it. I don't assign myself to things saying that I'm good enough to do it. You want me to do this? Donovan Sharpe always told me to do this. Rolo always told me to do this. I'm gonna be for real about these things. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine. No, just saying, let's pivot off this point now. It's okay.
You gonna yell at me after the show?
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna take Kevin. I'm gonna grab him by his puppy scruff, and it's gonna be a real debacle. No. But your point being said of like how people take the fucking red pill and they make it their whole identity, and then they beat it over the head with women. Like you're right. I totally agree.
I gotta make one more point before I answer the Hallmark thing.
Yep.
There's also something going on, and this is what the problem with labeling everything. You either got that good label or you got that label that we disagree with. The problem with labeling everything is red pill means so many different things to so many different people.
Yes.
Because there was never an agreement by every person in the manosphere that this is what red pill means.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So that's why I say it's best to just think of it as a metaphor. Are you a grown man that knows how reality works, or are you going to be lied to into a fantasy world? That being centering around women, government, you name it, right? That's all it is to me, right? So
Black Samurai says, I found the red pill at 37 and now I changed for the better. Dude, I found it at 32, man. So it's never too late. Good for you, man.
Our brand, Red Pill Lions, we are fucking spiritual warriors against a fucking world that wants to lie to us about fucking everything. And we're grown enough to know the truth and act on it to make ourselves better men. That I will never speak against in terms of like, talking against the red pill. And I'm not even really talking against it. I'm just being honest, dude. We're all not perfect, okay? I can't say the red pill's perfect, just like I can't say I'm perfect. But there's another thing, which is a lot of people, and this is going to be particularly the black audience, is under the impression that AMS gave people of what red pill is, because AMS is massively popular.
I love AMS.
So that was another thing. When we first discovered like what even the concept of red pill is, we got it from AMS.
That's right.
AMS's concept of blue pill, red pill, and purple pill is very, very different. It's not an ideology, a praxeology, a series of conversations, nothing. AMS simply refers to any guy who knows that female nature is way too flawed and different from what we were always told it was to be in a community.
Yeah, let's do an age check. When did you put your age? Put your age when you found the red pill. Just put in your age that you found the red pill. I'll start.
Relationship, so he has rotations of women. When he says to all my red pill guys, he's talking about the guys that are dating multiple women. Mm-hmm. When he says to all my purple pill guys, he's saying you're aware of how life works, how relationships work, how male and female dynamics work, but you still want a girlfriend. That might be where I fall at this point, right? And then blue pill in his mind is guys that don't know their ass
Unaware.
from their elbow.
Yeah.
So I actually saw a guy on Facebook the other day. He was this black dude, and he posted. He goes, man, this girl gave me such a hard time after this relationship. I'm done, man. I'm going full red pill. And someone fucking got on him because of how bad the reputation of red pill is now, because of what the fucking nerds turned it into. And this dude posted a meme, and he goes, "Oh, red."
That is a very good point, guys. That is a very good point. The red pill has grown so rapidly that, just like Mike Steele said in the chat, something that Rolo said, yeah, there are too many there are too many spurgs in the community, guys. There are too many spurgs and too many losers. They watch red pill content for a year, and then they think they can do what we do and grow these channels, not knowing that it does take work. They try it doesn't work. Then they say, oh, you know what? I'm going to go anti-red pill. Like Kevin Ray Wilder, where is he at now? He's fucking nowhere. Nobody knows where the fuck he is or what he's doing. Right? That purple pill, the purple pill clown just wants to sit up there and complain all the time. There are too many people like, dude, Tony Johnson. Jesus Christ. He's the biggest fucking spurg of them all. Too many losers in this community, man. So, yeah, I agree with Kev.
Red pill, you say? Like somebody wanted to start shit in the comment section. And he goes like, oh, red pill, you say? And it was a meme, and it was of a family having dinner and like a kid up in his attic, and they're pointing up to him, and they're going, there's our red pill Giga Chad alpha male son who's away in his bedroom on the computer. And I responded to the guy that said that, and I said, no, you don't understand it. I knew immediately. I know the guy watches AMS.
Yep.
Right.
I said, he's under the impression that what it means is, and it could mean this to you, that what he's saying is the girl got him fucked up so bad that he's never going to commit to a girl again. Yep. He's just going to do rotations. I hate and love everything that I'm in. I hate rap, but if the shoe fits, wear it. Mm-hmm. I'm a great ass fucking rapper. I hate the process of making films because of how much politics are in it, but there's nothing I'm better at. And I like being able to be an older brother figure to people that never had one if it's valued, and that value only stands upon those who actually say that they need it, not because I'm here because I think I belong to be here. Mm-hmm. I've been asked to be here by influencers, by my brother, by people who said, what you're doing is valuable, go with it, and it helps us. That's why I'm here. I would never be here if that wasn't the case, just being like, I'm so goddamn smart. But I hate red pill too. I hate red pill as much as I hate rap, as much as I hate filmmaking, but not in the same way the detractors do.
Right.
I agree.
The detractors are like, everything about red pill is bad, and I've got a counter argument for the counter argument. Nah. Jesus. This shit has just gotten wacky.
What it's become is just odd.
This shit has just become wacky, but no matter how wacky it's become, the core of what made all that content and these
shout out to Jamie Hoffman with the $2 super chat. Says, whatever happened to Coach Red Pill? You know, that's a good question. That's a very good question. I might have to reach out to some people and find out where he's at. Good question, Jamie. I'll follow up on that for you.
Looks great, and how it altered the culture and why Tate was needed, even though he's like, you don't know if he's a hero or a villain, is because...
Oh, my bad. Shout out to Ken Rose with the $5 super chat.
Because there's too much truth. There's too much truth, and there's a good amount of truth in everything that oversteps and gets wacky. I think 40% of the Bible is great. I think 50% of red pill is great. Mm-hmm. I think there's like so many different things that like no one person or no one ideology is right about everything.
Better way to put it is nothing's going to be perfect.
Nothing's going to be perfect, but you can get good information out of everything. So I just want to wrap up by saying, I'm going to tell you a little story and then we'll be done. Okay. I am no longer a starch red pillar, but I could still never be blue pill.
There you go.
When I realized this, I'm going to tell you a story about somebody we know. Okay. We were working on something and a good friend of ours was up here. And his views go back and forth. We always have some interesting conversation. But for the majority of the past couple of years, he was always like very liberal. And then I was always like very conservative. And I was like always very...
Coach Red Pill. Oh, that's right. He was over there covering the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Wow, that sucks.
Very red pill. And he was always like very blue pill. So those conversations went as you imagine they would go, which is I would say something about red pill and he'd scold me and give me a blue pill response, or I'd say something that was conservative and he'd scold me and give me a liberal response. And it was always like going head to head. But what happens over time is, dude, I can't go head to head with people that I love. Eventually, I just try to understand them and I can see like where I think they're right or where they're wrong, or at the end of the day, put right or wrong aside and just understand and appreciate what makes them who they are. Mm-hmm. That's why I can't be a battling ideologue dickhead, okay? But what's really interesting about the blue pill mentality is this, and you can say blue pill Or you could just say somebody who's been sold a fantasy on everything. Love, relationship, marriages, how government works, how our society works. We are sold a fantasy on all these things so that we never have to deal with the reality of how things work. And then if we're never red pilled, we're victims to the fucking culture that wants to mainly drive profit out of us. You need cats to be blue pilled in order to take their money.
That's right.
What does the wife think we need for the house? Okay, yeah, you don't think you need this product. How does the wife feel? How do the kids feel? Is that really going to be a happy home, a happy marriage?
Yeah, Weaponry Fitness with the $25 super chat says 3 of the last 4 girls I dated asked me my thoughts on Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate. It's a challenge to curb that topic these days. So any woman who asks you, well, I can already tell that was a black woman that you took out, because white girls, a lot of white girls have no idea who Kevin Samuels is, unless, of course, other than that, they don't know.
If you don't buy this product.
But yeah, the fact that 3 of the last 4 girls he went on dates on asked him about Kevin and Andrew, yeah, the shit is mainstream, guys. It is no longer underground anymore.
Easy to manipulate.
Easy to manipulate, right? Okay, but moral of the story is this. I had already kind of been coming to this point where I'm like, I don't think I'm that hardcore red pill cat anymore. And I was dating the girl that I'm with now. We be on and off again more than a broken light switch, but we have a good time.
Yeah, he's stupid.
And we're all together, and his woman's there, the friend I'm talking about, and my woman's there. And the whole time we're together, I'm kissing up on my girl. I'm like dancing with my girl. I'm saying like sweet shit to my girl.
Kevin,
so what was interesting was I'm being so lovey-dovey.
Whoa, bro, let me just stop the podcast right fucking now, bro. You're dancing with your girl and rubbing up on your girl, bro. You're a simp. You're not really red pill. You're not an alpha male, bro. You're a beta male simp mangina, bro. Dumb fuckers.
Be with my girl. I'm like becoming blue pill. I'm like, I look like a simp. And now my friend, who I always perceived as like a fucking general simp, will no longer think of me as like, oh, that's Kev. He's a harsh conservative and he's red pill and he hates women. I figured he'd look at me and go like, wow, you know, you're on the same playing field as us. Now you finally get it. You're maturing and you see.
Yes, meathead red pill guy.
That being like loving and simpish is the way to be, right? Now, I wasn't really simping for the girl, but I was being very, very like sweet with my girl. Okay. I wasn't walking around like fucking chest puffed out, like, you know, do what I say. And still somewhere at the end of the night, we end up talking and he goes, you know what, Kev, man, you really got to address your problems with women.
Oh my God.
And that's when I realized,
oh my God,
I'm not going into my 30s being like, fucking, I'm starchly red pill, but I could never be blue pill. And no matter how much this content drives me nuts, I'll never be able to fully escape it. And I'll always read a little bit of it and I'll always brush up on it, because the point remains, no matter how fucked up this stupid shit got, where it started as good information for men, and now it's just a bunch of dumb shit and a bunch of fighting and a bunch of useless YouTube videos. The point remains that an aspect of being blue pill is to value yourself less, to put the woman above you. And that's what I realized, because you know, I'm going to make this brief. I know I'm killing you right now, but that's what I realized. And this is what's so interesting, is when I realized I'm like, I may not always be red pill, but I could never be blue pill. And I could never forget about these concepts, because this dude just watched me kiss up on my girl all night like a fucking simp. I'm dancing with her. I'm being sweet with her.
And that's what he says.
And still says, yeah, Kev, I still think you got some deep-rooted issues with women. And it hit me. I said, what could it possibly be? And I go, oh, it's the language. I do not have the language. I may be in a committed relationship with a girl that I am very much in love with and I am good to. And she doesn't get walked around on a fucking leash, unless we're in the mood for something like that at a particular time. But I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like if I'm the man and you sit the fuck down and like, nah, it looked like a regular relationship, right? But what I don't have is what most cats that are in committed relationships in the ideal blue sense have, which is this language that like dedicated boyfriends and married men have, that is of like a generation ago, is happy wife, happy life.
Right.
She makes me better than I deserve to be. I would be nothing without her. And I realized I don't say any of those things.
Somebody time out Shade. Time him out for a half an hour.
But it's also because those things aren't fucking true. Yeah. I'm in a happy relationship and I never needed, as much as I love the girl, I never. Devin
says, who was walking around with a woman on a leash? No, that was a metaphor. That was a metaphor. When he says walking around with a woman on a leash, basically you're a tyrant. You're Evisuba spelled backwards. You put hands on her. You're gonna do what I say when I say, and my dinner better be, that's what he's talking about.
Needed her to feel like I was worthy.
Yeah.
I made myself worthy through my accomplishments.
Damn
there was
right.
a time where I didn't feel worthy to myself. And I improved that in order to prove something to myself before
she didn't make you worthy to yourself.
Yeah, before I ever even knew she existed. So
all right, guys, on the other side of the break, I'm going to take a quick 1-minute break. I'm going to have Kevin Savo come on and talk about what he was talking about. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. So you've decided to take your talents overseas to pursue foreign women. You've made peace with the sacrifices you'll have to make. You have the resources and the plan to live a great life abroad. You're ready to rock and roll. Yeah, give me a second. But did you know that there are some foreign women who are looking to take advantage of you? Yes, women like this are rare indeed, but their numbers are growing by the day because of America's influence on the rest of the world. On the other hand, there are many reasons men in this part of the world are leaving in droves to seek better options. Wait a minute, you missed one. There you go. But just because they're not American women doesn't mean that they all have the purest of intentions when dealing with you romantically. So before you use your passport to break free of the Matrix, get on the waiting list for the course that will make sure you don't become another target for the kinds of unscrupulous women who take advantage of expats. Link in description or bio. Welcome back to TSR Live, episode number 1032. Thank you very, very much for joining us. Thank you for the continued support. Guys, be sure to follow me on social media. Follow me on Instagram at Donovan Sharpe, TSR. On Facebook, just search Donovan Sharpe. And also, How to Relationship on TikTok, if we're still there, at Donovan Sharpe Live. And on X, formerly known as Twitter, just do a search for at TSR Donovan. And with that, I would like to welcome in my good friend and podcaster, Kevin Savo. What's going on, Kev?
Thank you so much for having me, brother. This was so nice you putting all this together.
Hey, man. Look, man. To be honest with you, the reason I'm doing this is because I think what you guys are getting ready to do. I think you guys are getting ready to start something special. You've got a few challenges to work out, and honestly, you might actually be able to work out those challenges with maybe some creative advertising or recruiting. But I love the new show format. It's apropos and it's evolved. So talk about your realization about what you talked about in the video. I'm no longer going to be a red pill gangbanger, but I can never be blue pill. What helped you? What was the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of you just taking this stance?
Just being in the Red Pill community and getting to know everybody and all the different characters in the Red Pill over the past couple of years and seeing what it evolved into. And it didn't take long before I realized it was so much nerdier than I ever thought it could possibly be. Now, like, obviously, we got the folks that we're close with, like you and Rolo, and like our day ones that are literally like family. Like, you know, we've been to each other's homes and we've gotten together and done movies and we've been on the road together and we've done a lot of work together. But basically, once I realized the reputation was ruined, because there was a time where you could say you're red pill and it was more associated with, like I said in the video, with AMS's idea of what red pill or blue pill is, because AMS don't use this terminology the way Rolo or anybody else does.
No, he doesn't.
It's almost a slang version of it. So, but by the time I was in the red pill community, I didn't know that AMS's version of red pill is not what most folks think red pill is, because like I was saying in the video, if you ask AMS, red pill is just, if I'm red pill, that means I know female nature is too flawed to ever actually have a girlfriend or a wife and get raped in court and deal with all these things. I'm just going to have rotations. And if I'm purple pill, I know what the risks are. So I'm aware enough to not let a girl play me, but I'll still have a girlfriend. And if I'm blue pill, I really don't know what the fuck is going on. I just like read the news and hope everything works out and hope my girl don't divorce me and leave me for a dude that's got a better car. That's what we thought it was all about. And then we got into it and it became like a Bible study of deep-seated red pill theology. And I'm like, how deep do we want to go with this shit? Because me and Rock early on, like, we were young boys growing up in a flawed era, where feminism is so promoted in the mainstream and colleges, and we didn't realize why interaction between men and women became so different and odd. And we watched a couple of red pill channels and got a bunch of girls and kind of called it a day, and we never knew that we were going to get involved with it.
Sure.
But by the time we did get involved with it, that was already our stance. Like, yeah, we read the books, we watched the red pill channels, and we're doing great with women, and that's it. And then we're meeting all the characters and all the viewers that want to like make it their identity, and we're like, why didn't you guys do the same thing and just you read one book and then you got a couple of girls and you were good, right? They're like becoming involved in it in a way that it started to become weird. And then when the content creators beef over that same way of looking at it, I was like, this is a little nuts.
No, I agree, and I'm as guilty of anyone for fueling the fire, and a lot of it has to do with my emotional immaturity. You know, I'm a lot better than I used to be, but I'm self-aware enough to understand that that is a glaring blind spot in the pantheon of who Donovan Sharpe is. And so I try to sort of work on that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to reach out to Turd Flinging Monkey, a guy that I beefed with in the past. I'm going to have him come on and we're going to bury the hatchet. And so that's how I want to show people that, yes, we are unified, but Kevin, there are always going to be detractors. And the difference between then and now is that our detractors, and I've said this for years, our detractors are now coming from within the red pill community. And Rolo said this a long time ago. Mike Steele actually talked about, he actually put this in the chat. The reason why the red pill is looked at as a joke is because too many fucking spurgs and losers have gotten involved. And and listen, man, men, we're tribalistic. We want to be a part of something. We want to be able to identify with something or some cause. And this is why people go to church. This is why people join clubs, et cetera, et cetera. But one of the unintended consequences of a deregulated red pill community is that you do get weirdos like the purple pill guy, or Kevin Ray Wilder, or Alex from Playing with Fire, who looks like a greasy used car salesman who threatened to call the cops on Myron after talking shit about him, and then Myron sees him on the street. Now he wants to call the cops. The guys like Johnny Somali, who goes over and he's in a Japanese prison. He's going over there, passport bros, insulting the Japanese people, talking about, we bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki and all this other kind of stuff. What are your thoughts? How can we separate ourselves from the losers of the red pill community, or is that just a lost cause, man?
I'm going to be honest with you.
Real quick, Kevin. Ray Hanma says, bury it with O'Shea. Fuck no. Fuck.
That's a little different.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not
honest with you. He's another guy I never really understood. Like,
oh my God.
There came a point where I started to go, how are we not going to give it to the girls talking shit when some of these characters that preach masculinity and responsibility and how to attract women don't look like they can do it at all. Now, granted, there is a line, because when girls are so angry at Andrew Tate, they go like, who would fuck him? I'm like, give me a fucking break.
Literally everybody.
Like the dude who can get himself laid.
Of course.
Same thing with like an AMS or anybody that exemplifies through their on-screen presence what they're talking about. But then there are the characters. Like, I would listen to O'Shea and I'm like, wait, who is he to the what was he talking about? Like,
oh my God,
it seems kind of strange. He seems like kind of a strange character to be saying some of the things he's saying. We're supposed to learn something from him.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what O'Shea did. O'Shea successfully and unsuccessfully managed to segregate the red pill community black and white, right? He calls like, he actually had a website that I used to write for, negromanosphere.com. He calls
flattering.
Exactly. Very flattering. And the black manosphere and blah, 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 blah. Black people come with different problems and this and that and the third. And what he failed to acknowledge, and I think he probably knows this, is that the issues that people have with females, they're all the same. Yes, they do vary from different degrees. And yes, culturally you're going to have different issues regarding different cultural things. But by and large, dude, Hispanic women branch swing just like Japanese or Asian women, just like Indian women, just like white women or black women. But guys like him always seek to be divisive. That's not what I'm about. And of course, of course, he accused me of trying to start a Black 21 convention behind his back and all the rest of that. But that's really what O'Shea did. He is a segregationist.
Well, what is it to segregate until you date a white girl and we're all eating the same shit sandwich?
Yeah.
Like they're all like crying about the same shit, right? White women's.
And it's so funny, Kevin. They say white girls do it too. Yeah, white girls absolutely do it too.
I always looked at it the same way. A shit test is a shit test.
That's right. That's right.
You can break it down into different genres of ethnicity, but
Sure.
when you getting shit tested by a woman who's really meaning to get on you, I mean, it's, you see a hell of a difference across the spectrum. I mean, when you're in a situation with a girl and you're getting pressed and you have to deal with her bullshit, I haven't often thought to myself like a lot of these passport bros and things like that. Like,
Sure.
Christ, if this girl was just from Bulgaria, I'd be having an easier time.
There you go.
You know,
right.
There is an interesting difference in culture, but I got to be honest with you, I never was able to lend too much to the passport bros thing or the whole idea of, oh, if you just choose the right ethnicity, you're gonna have a easier going time. I went out with a girl from Bulgaria recently, and
Wow.
it was cool to hear her impression of our culture. But now when it come to female nature and how
Same
she's gonna
shit.
play off me,
That's right.
she was as much of a player as any American chick.
Of
I was
course
like,
she is, man. And dude, I got played by a Ukrainian chick. You know what I mean? It's like femininity and masculinity. It's it's the same language, and I think women pick up on that. So let me transition to your new show. It's called Social Reset. What was I think the video that I just watched, I think that is more or less the genesis of what you want it to be.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about what your goal is for Social Reset, your guests, and what you hope to accomplish.
it started as a way of trying to have like a less dogmatic red pill show.
Okay.
Because I can't act like being in the community for so long, I didn't feel the pressure from time to time.
Sure.
Not to be myself. And it doesn't mean I was ever a fraud. It just meant that after a while, I was like, I feel tempted to just reiterate some of the same old talking points because that's how you stay in the community.
Right, right.
But then Rock and I would talk about it, and Rock would be like, if there wasn't a difference in opinion, like if Rolo couldn't disagree with AMS on certain things, then why would you ever have a preference as an audience member?
That makes
So
sense.
if you're the audience member and AMS and Rolo and you and Fresh and Fit don't all say the same exact shit the same way every time, then how can anybody ever have a preference and be like, well, I'm a little bit more of a Donovan Sharpe fan than I am an AMS fan or vice versa. He was like, if we didn't all bring our own thing to the table, then how could you ever pick one? Or what are you going to make time to watch 5 shows in 1 week where everybody says the same thing?
Right.
So I was trying to find the line for myself, and the way I've always been is like generally to the core of who I am.
Okay.
Generally a pretty conservative cat.
Sure.
Generally a pretty red pill cat. But what never meshed with me was the argumentative shit and the debates, and it's not something that's very comfortable for me. And then also in strategically actually trying to have your own show where you're going to have these kind of disagreements or arguments or conversations with women.
It's not easy.
I'm doing this in my home. And when you start out without a recruiter, you're inviting people you know. We did our first couple of shows with like 3-4 women I had slept with. I would like bring my whole rotation to be
I love it. We all got to start somewhere.
The show, they'd fight and they'd like beat each other up in my house. So it was a fucking nightmare. But beyond that, like right now, we basically have like Rocky's girlfriend will recruit and bring a lot of her friends and everything. And it's kind of a difficult thing opposite to our main trade, which is filmmaking, where we can bring friends, family, and be like, listen, stand in as an extra, help out, be a crew member, we'll pay you for the day, try something new you've never tried, and it's a great experience for everybody. You know, I know to the hardcore guys this is going to sound too simpish and considerate, but it's like running a business. And how am I going to always bring through women that are going to hate the experience and have a terrible time because we sat them down to yell at them about shit?
Sure.
And I never really felt like that was necessary in the first place. You'll notice what's really interesting about the Social Reset is it's like a less dogmatic red pill.
Absolutely.
We don't really give the girls a hard time, but they still get upset anyways. That's the crazy.
Unbelievable. You're a master moderator because You know, like I said, I'm gonna be reacting to yesterday's episode here shortly. You're very good at making your points without being too contentious. And it's interesting the way you can call out women in a funny way that almost disarms them to the point to where they're like, okay, I guess I'm a little upset about that, but I guess he's kind of right. That takes an incredible amount of skill. And like I said, man, that's why I'm getting behind your show. And I want to get more eyeballs on this so that people can see that, yes, okay, yeah, we got a lot of spurgs and losers out here in the red pill, but here's a guy who is a young guy. He's consumed everything, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, this guy actually has some sense. It's not, and don't get me wrong, I love Fresh and Fit, but Fresh and Fit is the one and only show that will ever be the way it is. Everyone has tried.
And that's how everybody feels.
There you go.
That's how everybody feels. So
yeah.
There should be no pressure on any guy that's running a somewhat conservative show or a somewhat red pill leaning show to be like Myron, because then you're just going to be a copycat anyways. I mean, in every which way I ever tried not to be like the guy, if I had women around me with microphones, it still was like, oh, this is the Section 8 Fresh and Fit.
There you go.
And then the other interesting thing is...
That's terrible.
Well, then the other interesting thing is you get truth out of women the same way, being a little bit more lenient than you do equally as much as if you're going to like go at them. So if you go at a chick and you put her on the spot on a talk show, she's got to think quickly, and she's going to spew a bunch of nonsense. And if you want to look at educationally, it's like, okay, this is how they really think, right? But if you reel them in and you let them feel like they're a part of the process and you're not giving them a hard time, you still get truth out of them the same way, because they feel comfortable enough to say the stupid shit that they want to say. And that's just in the respect to the girls that are saying stupid shit. The thing that's cool is I think with the social reset is we might want to do things like have like 50-50 split the panel between like more conservative chicks, more liberal chicks. Like
you're talking.
We've had Christian girls on the show.
Oh, wow.
And then that's cool too, because you have like, we had a girl that's a friend of ours. She's touring doing a play.
Oh,
and this is what she does. She like dances on stage and she tours doing plays. And she's a talented chick. She's like the quietest, most wholesome Christian girl you've ever met.
Wow.
And then I come to find out she like changed her life because she used to be like out of control. And I thought that was kind of cool. But now here's the thing. But the cool thing is when you split the panel a little bit, like that chick is not going to listen to a chick preaching to women that the most important thing you could do in your 20s is be a hoe. Now the girls are going to go at each other because that's the two differences in perspective, and it doesn't all boil down to like we're the guys that bring the girls on and just kind of dictate to them the way we think everything should be. So maybe we could kind of split it up like that and just make it an overall conversation about what's wrong with the culture. I also reject the notion that you go with red pill ideology over conversations about culture war, because the culture being faulty is what created a basis for us to have red pill conversations in the first place. If the culture wasn't faulty, it'd be like the 50s and everybody knows their roles and shuts the fuck up. So what would be the need for any of this content if the culture wasn't faulty in the first place?
Well, there you go. Exactly. Jason Bernardino, Pearl is a friend of the show. So respectfully, let's dial back the, look, you can have your opinions about people I'm cool with. Just, respectfully keep those negative opinions about my friends to yourself. I'd really, really appreciate that. Last question here before I let you go here, Kev. Do you have any other projects coming up? Because you did Save a Ho, which was a fucking hit. You just finished your other movie. Do you have any other movie projects or what are the Savos working on now other than these Savo streams?
Savo streams is the main thing right now while we wait to find out what happens with our latest feature, which is a horror film. I would love to do one final Save a Ho that's almost the length of a feature film.
Yeah,
I really want to. We got to see how this crypto market does for us in 2024, because I need money to do like a big Save a Ho finale, because I'd love to do one more and get the biggest influencers yet and get everybody in there. So film is always going to be my first love and my first trade.
Okay.
And that's part of the reason I take the stance on some of the red pill stuff that I do. This would be a good point to finish the show with.
Yeah,
I always feel like I never perform well on this show because you always catch me last minute. But
that's
try to do the best I can to make this point. I try to be as prepared as I can be when I speak on some of these things.
And one of the reasons why I'm thinking the way I am right now about the red pill content that we have in 2023 versus what we had that was a little bit more helpful, I'd say like 5 years ago for the most part, is my identity is based on what I've accomplished and what I can do.
Okay.
And then that's part of what we talk about, right? That's part of what we preach to men is if you want to feel better about yourself as a man and discover ultimate confidence, get on your purpose, accomplish something. You know, we can't tell guys to just wake up one day and love themselves like girls do. You have to reinvent yourself into somebody worth loving. You weren't born perfect. I mean, clearly not if you're not accomplishing the things that you want to accomplish. And so I find there to be a real disconnect between telling men to get out there and accomplish something that makes them worthy versus them getting their identity from their newly discovered intellect because they've binge watched a bunch of content for a year and now they have an interesting point of view. And so to be honest with you, it's very difficult for me to do talk shows versus doing film because in film, I write a character, I craft a character, and then I craft what he's going to say and who he is.
Right.
And that's all beforehand prepared material. It's also part of my skill. It took me 10 years to even learn how to do that.
Woo.
Versus sitting down and proclaiming to the world that I'm so goddamn smart that I should have a talk show. So I try to be as prepared as I can be, but I really am starting to reject all the debate that goes on in the masculinity space. And I don't know why more people don't see it this way because everything we preach is toughness, masculinity, and I don't find there to be anything tough and masculine about arguing and gossiping.
Yeah.
And I don't think that, I mean, certainly not like as a man, I could never say, even though this is intellectually stupid, this is stupid.
Right.
But we're just talking about male nature. Okay.
Sure.
Male nature is 10 out of 10 times I will be more impressed by a guy that could knock somebody out than out debate somebody anytime. I'm sorry. It's just part of being a man.
100%. And proof of that is with friend of the show is Destiny. Destiny can out debate anybody, but he can't knock anybody out. You know what I mean?
I felt real bad actually because I was talking to I had this little thing going with a girl that's a friend of his, and I said that to her. I didn't realize they were friends, and I was like, "It's great. He can talk. But what would he do if somebody grabbed him by the fucking throat?" And she's like, "Well, he's a really nice guy. He's a good friend of mine." I'm okay. Well, I didn't know that, but the point remains that the intellect is not. It's just not everything.
No.
It's also not everything with being. Intellect does not automatically equate to being suave with women either.
100%, man.
Doesn't. 100%. And that's another point that I made on that same stream. I cut it down. The full version of that stream is where we had like this little cigar sit down and it went on for another hour. But like we always got to admit our L's. I admitted L's that I don't think most guys think are L's.
Sure.
Which was I said, yo, when I was younger, I was trying to impress women with how goddamn smart I am. And that's not
you
sexy.
And me both. No,
that's not
it's
sexy.
not sexy
Like,
at all, man.
I have this interesting perspective and this interesting point of view. I'm like, oh, that's gonna get her pussy wet. Like, what do we? You know what I mean? Like,
look, do you want to know what sexy is? Is the ability to fucking knock someone out with a left cross. That's fucking sexy. And it's interesting because women have become so they have devolved so much. It is almost as though with modern women, you almost have to low-key put yourself in danger to really get any respect from women. Think about all of the guys in prison who get marriage proposals. These are dangerous men. These are murderers, rapists, armed robbery, human trafficking and all this other kind of stuff. Dude, these dudes get thousands of letters of women just, hey, I'm yours, you own my soul. Yet the guy making $40,000 a year, stable life, responsible guy, he can't get a sniff of vagina. Now, obviously, there are many things at play here, but the number one thing is that this is what women reward. The reason why men have become assholes is because women fuck assholes. They don't fuck the nice guys. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah. This whole shit has just gotten
crazy,
wacky, man.
Man.
I mean,
Yeah.
Donovan, like I made this point on my show. You're a tough dude. You do this because you have to. You debate guys because you have to, because your content. Now, anytime you've debated a guy on StreamYard, had he been in front of you, would you prefer to have just fucked him up versus debating him? And for Christ's sake, like, you know what I mean? Like, anytime someone's gotten real contentious with you, is it not difficult for a man? Like, I'm only half into my intellect.
Sure.
So if I was debating somebody, there's half of me that tunes out of my intellect, and I'm like,
What if I could just get my fucking hands on this dude? I would just fucking beat the shit out of him.
Exactly.
For everything he's saying,
And then
like,
what?
oh, instead of being like, that's interesting. I have a counter argument for the fucking counter argument. Like,
you want a counter argument for this fucking right hook? How about that? Hold the
Yeah,
phone.
yeah,
You know what?
right?
Hold the phone, motherfucker. Yeah, Google
it's
that
just
one.
tough. You know what I mean? I think that's what people respect so much about Tate is that, like, what are you going to say to a dude that is a professional fighter? Like,
Right.
oh, interesting. You have a counter argument for the counter argument. That's wonderful. There's no counter argument for the counter argument in the street. Like, there just isn't.
Kevin Samuels used to say, women respect men who can either fight, fuck, or both. Listen, intellect is great. Intellect is great for the losers of the world. All of Destiny's spurgy and loser fans. Intellect, you know what's interesting? Intellect is the weak man's version of combat. Destiny could learn to fight if he wanted to, but he's not really that big a guy. So in order to stand up to these big bad wannabe alpha males, this is how he fights. He wanted to debate me for the longest about relationships. There's no need for me to debate him anymore because his wife just fucking left him. I'm still married to mine. My relationship was here before his relationship, and it's going to be here after his relationship. But listen, when you're talking about losers who just don't really like you, whatever the case may be, you need to debate X, Y, and Z person. So even if I lose the debate, if I were ever to get into a fight with Destiny, it would not be a fair fight. And so, look, that's my strength. Being a professional contrarian is his strength. But the point is now guys like that are starting to see sort of the red pill truth. And I don't think Destiny will ever be red pill. I think he's going to go probably from blue pill to being black pill. That's just the vibe I get from him.
I don't think a lot of guys see that it won't really get them anywhere. It is attractive, and that's why I said in the stream that it gripped me for a little bit.
Sure.
When I was really, really getting into red pill content,
Same here.
it was the only thing that was doing anything for my career for a little while. I was so into the talking points that if a girl I was seeing started trying to like debate me on Kevin Samuels,
you were in. You were like, "Yo, let's go."
Yeah, I really was. Now, like, if a girl brings up something like that, like if a girl so much as fucking mentions, like a girl that I'm serious with brings up, Tate, Kevin Samuels, I love all those guys, but I'm just like, oh yeah, you disagree? You're supposed to. You're a girl. Why in the living fuck wouldn't you disagree?
There
You're
you
a
go.
girl. Of course, it's gonna trigger you. Of course, it's not something that you're into. What kind of a fucking nerd am I gonna be? I'm the dude that wants to be fucking you later tonight, but I'm also gonna go head to head with you like this is a goddamn StreamYard. It just finally clicked that that's not, but it's only because I got so swept up in it for a little while.
Of course.
What are men aspiring to be? Like, what are they looking to now? And I think it overwhelmingly used to be action. Now it's overwhelmingly intellect because it's so much easier. You know how much easier it is to binge watch a bunch of content or read a bunch of books for a year, study up on a topic that really interests you and really get into it for about a year.
Right.
I would honestly say for most people, they don't understand the true non-limitation of their mind when it comes to researching information.
Right.
With no college, with no schooling, with no tutor, just delve into as much content as you're interested in and read a million books, and within a year you can reiterate everything that you read.
Absolutely.
And sound very educated. But there is always going to be something lacking, which was the action that it took.
And that's why experience. Listen, this is why experience matters. You can tell the difference between someone who's just regurgitating what they've heard and someone who has actual experience. Kevin Ray Wilder never had experience with women. All he did was took the red pill and just sort of said, "Okay, this is why the red pill sucks." One thing about our community, and I really got to go after this. One thing about our community is that our community is not stupid. It does not take them long to discern the difference between someone who's really about that life or someone who might be trying to dabble in it to try to make a living, etc., etc. Our guys know, and unfortunately, too many of these disingenuous, red pill haters have been sort of, I guess, indirectly co-signed by a lot of the guys in our community, and they're really making us look bad, man.
Yeah, the ship is sunk.
Yeah.
I think everybody needs to be into. I'll give you my final thought, and then I'll get out of here.
Okay.
I think the main thing is everybody needs to get into their own brand.
Of course.
I'm friends with so many content creators who are really famous that I've told personally, please try to enjoy your own brand. Please try to enjoy your own success. Like so many folks that are so into
being concerned with what everybody else is saying and debating what everybody else is saying. I'm like, your brand is your value.
That's it.
When we all just become the same thing because we're a community, we're all red pill, like then it loses its value. So to be able to stand on your own, I do think is more important than a community. And I honestly think there's a certain community aspect of things that's great, but there's another aspect that's like everybody's got to have their own thing, and then they got to have control over their own thing.
There you go.
Much
right.
like having control over your own brand. So I really do prefer to look at like the Rational Male as Rollo Tomasi's brand.
Okay.
And cite the Rational Male if there was something that he said that I think is important, more than classify him as like an aimless
that makes
aspect
sense.
of the like an aimless aspect of the red pill.
Yeah.
Right? Like is Rollo an aimless aspect of some endless information tunnel of red pill, or is he his own man and his own brand? Right? Like that's a good example.
Yeah.
And that's how I always looked at him and a lot of other guys that I respect. So I can't just like look at everybody as in this like big bubble because we can't account for what somebody else will say. And I'll end off with this last thing.
Absolutely.
This is where I like to say, if you want to be hyper concerned about what is or is not red pill, then anybody can come on StreamYard and say, hey, I'm red pill. And you know what I think is really important about being red pill is having sex with monkeys. If you take this shit too serious, then somebody's got to come on stream and go, oh, Jesus Christ, listen, let me break this down. This guy is not red pill. Okay. What red pill really means, instead of just like looking at it and putting your phone away and going, dude, all the world is mad.
Dude, very good. He is Kevin Savo. Tell the people where they can find you, man. Websites, channels, Instagram, etc.
Kevin Savo _ on Instagram. The channel is called Savo Streams, and that's the link is in this title. Thanks
Absolutely
so much for putting us on, Donovan.
Absolutely,
Every
man.
Tuesday night is the social reset.
There you go.
Getting men and women together to talk about what's wrong with the culture, and I think we're gonna start doing like a what?
This is every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Eastern-ish?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. Very good. Guys, subscribe to his channel. Savo Streams. He's also got another channel, I think that's Savo Central, or is that the same channel?
No, it's just Savo Streams.
Okay,
that's
Savo Streams.
Our main gig.
Tuesday nights at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be reacting on Wednesdays. Will be Kevin Savo Wednesdays. I'm going to be reacting. To these, and I might if we can work it out schedule wise, whenever you or I have time, maybe do like a debrief of whatever podcast I'm breaking down. Hey, what were your thoughts when she said X, Y, and Z, or what was she thinking, or what do you think was really going on? I think a lot of guys would enjoy that.
Yeah, it's some good shit. Thanks for checking it out.
Absolutely,
and,
man.
Oh, and then also, if you want to see what I can really do, like my talents, aside from just running my fucking mouth, The Adventures of Save-A-Ho is my sitcom.
Yes!
Donovan's in episode 3.
Episode 3 of Save-A-Ho. I low key listen, when you do the Save-A-Ho movie, I want to keep the same character, but I want to be a dirty cop.
That's always where I thought about taking it.
I love it because if I were a cop, Kevin, I would be dirty. I'd be taking all the drug money.
I know.
Oh yeah. I'd be robbing drug. It'd be all bad. Kevin, thank you very much for making time for us, man. Best of luck to you. Like I said, man, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get as many eyeballs on this show as humanly possible, because I think this could really open up a new avenue, sort of an alternative for people who say, you know what, I acknowledge red pill truth, and listen, I like watching women get dunked on Fresh and Fit. We all love to see it. Sometimes I'm involved in it and I like doing it. But if you want to just take a step back and just have a reasonable, frank conversation without all the bullshit, Savo Streams, you gotta subscribe to the channel.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that so much.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we are back in less than a minute. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Okay, so you're either a virgin, don't have much experience with women, or you haven't gotten any action in a while. Come on, man, pick your head up. There you go. Listen, this is nothing to be ashamed of because we've all been there. And I totally get it if you've completely given up on dating, as modern women are all but impossible to deal with. But I know you want a relationship with a woman who loves, trusts, and respects you. We all do, whether we admit it or not. So before you decide to swear off dating forever, I strongly encourage you to get on the waiting list for the most unique, actionable dating and relationship course that has never, and I mean never, been done this way before. If ever you are going to give dating and relationships one last try, this is your best opportunity. Go to tsracademy.com/new and sign up to be notified the moment this life-changing course is released. Welcome back to the 1032nd episode of TSR Live. Thank you guys very, very much for sticking around. Big special thanks goes out to Kevin Savo for making time for the audience. Like I said, I've known the Savo brothers for a couple of years now. Love those guys. Absolutely love those guys. Like, dude, these guys, like, these are some of the coolest dudes I've ever met. Like, these are hardworking kids. You know, they're I don't know, they're the salt of the earth, man. They really are. I mean, dude, Kevin's got the edge, man. He's good looking guy, great shape, super talented. Like I told you guys the other day, I told you Kevin was going to blow up and he did. I told you Myron was going to blow up and he did. I told you Pearl was going to blow up and she did. Kevin and the Savo brothers are absolutely next. You heard it here first. Okay, so quick announcements one more time here. Be sure to follow me on all of my social media feeds. Pardon me. Follow me on Instagram at Donovan Sharpe TSR, Facebook Donovan Sharpe, and on wait a minute, sorry about that. And there we are, on TikTok, if it's still there, at Donovan Sharpe Live, and on X, formerly known as Twitter, at TSR Donovan. So let me jump in here and give me a second here, y'all. Hashtag we do it live. All right, perfect. All right, guys. So what we are going to do is we are now going to react to the Social Reset episode 3. And the theme of this one was called Selfish Therapy. They talk about, what they're going to talk about is selfish therapy. Why do people go to therapy? Is it helping? Is it hurting? And it is a very, very interesting conversation. And away we, come on, damn it. There we go. Go. Oh, shit. Damn, that shit's hitting. Uh-oh. Wait, did I mute it?
To the core of their fucking
There we
soul.
go.
And lately, I've been trying to produce shit that's honest, that doesn't get people upset, but they're getting upset anyways.
Yep.
But anyways, our show is called The Social Reset because I believe, as a 27-year-old with the soul of a bitter, conservative 50-year-old man, that we are socially fucked up in this day and age. We have some reoccurring guests, but we have some new guests. Tay, do you think that we're socially fucked up these days as a youth? Like, people around our age, are we, like, socially fucked up? Yeah, get aggressive, please.
If I'm being honest, yes, I think people are too judgmental. That's what I think it is.
What?
I think people are too worried about judging other people that they do not take initiative in their own life.
Oh, boy.
Too worried about telling other people what they should do, that they're not worried about what they're doing. And if we just focus on manifesting our own will and our own wishes, then it'll come to us. But if we focus on the negative and we focus on what other people are doing, we're never going to get our dreams, because if you're constantly thinking about other people's... Can I swear?
Yeah, absolutely. Say
Okay,
whatever you
great.
want.
Oh, now
Bitch babble alert, y'all.
this makes it a lot better. If we're constantly worrying about other people's shit, then we're never going to be able to achieve things in our own life. I don't know. It's kind of hard. I think we are fucked up. I think we're just too judgmental, and I think about it all the time because it makes me sad, because I feel like I could make so many more friends if they weren't worried about like what I was wearing or what I look like or how I talk or where I come from. There's so many missed opportunities, so many missed connections because there's so much judgment. So for me, that's fucked up, because I love connecting with people. I love
Okay, so what she just said here, That's fucking hilarious. What she just said here is that people don't like her. She doesn't like that people judge her. Sweet cheeks, hate to break it to you, people judge. People are going to judge. And all "don't judge me" means, that is the very first translation in womanese. Don't judge me. Translation, don't hold me accountable for my bad decisions. If people are judging you for the way you dress, maybe you're the problem. It sounds to me like this girl has been, it's almost like this woman, and I don't know how old she is, I guess she'll tell us, but all this means is that there have been a bunch of people that have let her know either directly or indirectly that, hey, like, I don't really dig your lifestyle choices. You can do what you want, but I can't swim with you anymore. Okay, well, so what? So people don't like you. Big fucking deal. Deal with it.
I love group work. I
Get
love
over it.
talking to people, but it's hard.
Okay. Sierra, do you have an opinion on that? Do you think that we're socially fucked up these days, people around our age and our age group?
I think so. I think it's a lot of generations.
Ooh, Sierra. Sierra low-key has a nice body. She low-key has a really nice body. Look from her knee to her hip to her ass. She looks like she's got a shapely ass. I could be wrong, but I rarely am.
Are fucked up. Like, I think that, you know, my parents are 45-ish, and then their parents are fucked up. I think it just gets to a point where they just pass it down through the generations, and people aren't working on it until they're socially aware. And I feel like that's coming about with people our age.
Are you starting to like the sound of your own voice now? You're coming through very clearly. You're not stuttering or nothing. So you think that, but what you just said is that our parents were more fucked up than us, and we're turning the tide.
So I think that people our age it's becoming more popular, cool to be aware. So being aware of the fact that you're fucked up and being willing to go to therapy or to be willing to change it and grow.
Yeah, I think she's got curves too, man.
Passing it down to the next generation.
That part of it, maybe. Yes, that's definitely one thing that our generation got big on, was therapy.
Dre Raven says Sierra's got those Velma vibes. Hashtag Jinkies.
So I won't disagree with that part. Now, how we go about therapy and what we use therapy for, I definitely want to get into, because I do think it's starting to become a little self-serving, especially depending on the individual, but also what like therapeutic culture promotes tends to zero back down to some self-centered sort of behaviors, which is something that nobody talks about. They're sort of just like therapy and you're all good. That means you're working on yourself. But what about all the just both college grads, or you're graduated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and by the way, I'm being a little unorthodox. Camera back over here. Danny does. Tay you're out of college already?
Yeah.
Okay. Tay on this end, and then Sierra on
that's
this
her
end.
name,
And
Tay.
those are our only two new guests. Both of you guys give your ages.
I'm 24.
23.
23. And then back over to this couch. And these are our two reoccurring guests from the first episode. They're already back. That's how much fun they had. Noelle on the right, and in the middle, Eden. Yeah, Eden, no, you took the mic. Go ahead. Say what's up.
Am I supposed to? You didn't ask me like my age.
Just give it a mic check.
Is it fine though? Like,
Jesus
should I,
Christ,
like,
just
repeat?
fucking...
And chat, chat, please let us...
Sweetie, just give your age, baby. Like, just follow instructions.
Know how the levels are, for fuck's sake, because sometimes when you're wrong, you can't.
Levels
Okay,
are
no, I know they seem to be good, but for fuck's sake, when we started lagging with the levels last time, everybody just kept watching. Nobody thought to say, hey, this stream blows. You're allowed to say that. It means that we miscalculated. So, speaking of which, oh, that's right. And then that was the other thing. Okay, so Noelle is back and she's mad. I was totally unprepared for this because, Noelle, last time we had a very productive conversation. We talked about healing. We talked about overcoming fears and anxieties and all the ways that is used to be a better partner and to be less of a burden on the people we love. You agreed with a lot of the things that...
Yeah, Taya is not easy on the eyes. She could be if she were in shape. She could be if she were in shape, if she did a little something with her hair, but no, she's not. Look, I'm not going to make fun of a woman who is unattractive from the neck up because, you know, you were born with those genetics. You don't control that.
I talked about. You're a beautiful girl. You're smart. You contributed to the show nicely. And then after you left, that took a 180 and you've decided that you hate me. And feel free to tell us why. I'll try not to debate you because I'm genuinely curious about this.
No, I mean...
No, go ahead.
Okay, so the woman on your screen on the right, this is Noelle. Noelle is clearly a woman. She thinks she's a lot smarter than she really is. She really, I mean, when I describe someone, like Noelle is pretentious, she's condescending, and she's disingenuous. There's always a way out of whatever she says. She never wants to give you 100% compliance because everything is in the gray area. And I think she's a psychology major and she's in college. So she thinks she's smarter than she actually is. But what Noelle doesn't understand is the reason she thinks she's smarter than she is because no one has the balls to tell her that she's a fucking dumbass. And the reason why they don't have the balls to tell her she's a fucking dumbass is because she's hot. She's attractive, guys. She's attractive. Not one man in her life has ever said to her, Noelle, look, man, love you to death, but you're kind of a dumbass. Or, Noelle, you are really wrong about this. Nope. This woman has an answer for everything. She's always right, and she's so much smarter and enlightened than you are. She's also a notorious snowflaker. Everybody else does X, Y, and Z, but I don't do X, Y, and Z. I do A, B, and C because I'm different. So just so you guys understand who and what we're dealing with, that's Noelle. The girl in the middle is kind of an airhead. She lost her virginity to a dude who played her. The guy had game. She didn't see it coming. It was what it was. So she's kind of an airhead. Tay on the left, she's just different, as you will see.
If you hate me, just say it.
I felt very attacked about the guy friend thing, and then there was a TikTok posted where it says she's friends with her ex-lovers, which wasn't the case 100%.
So she's complaining about a TikTok that said that she's friends with her ex-lovers. Then listen to what she says.
There was a TikTok posted where it says she's friends with her ex-lovers, which wasn't the case 100%.
So if it's not the case 100%, that means you are still friends with one of you, at least one of your ex-lovers. So see again, women, especially attractive women, have a very difficult time understanding that actions have consequences. What you say and what you do, there is going to be a reaction to it, especially when you say and do things on camera. Pixie, for example, went on every Red Pill podcast she could find to just debate. But she didn't realize that there might be somebody watching who, if they actually encountered her in real life, would want nothing to do with her. That's what happened when she showed up at my event at the cigar bar in the VIP lounge trying to schmooze it up with everybody. I absolutely, dude, I yelled at her. I said, get the fuck out of here. Shouted her I've never even got close to her, just from across the room. She was in tears wondering why in the world did he kick me out? Well, because of the dumb shit that you've said. He kicked me out at the cigar bar because he disagrees with what I say. Yes, that's exactly right. And listen, I can kick anyone out of my event for whatever reason I choose. If I say, listen, if your name is Pixie, get the fuck out, then guess what? You're going to have to deal with that. The point is that women, especially attractive women like Noelle, have a very difficult time comprehending that when you say and do things, even though it's not immediate, there are going to be consequences.
I didn't say you were friends with your ex-lovers. I think the tagline was, oh, you read that literally? I said the tagline of the TikTok where I'm talking about how women tend to remain friends with their ex-lovers and then pass them off as just friends who they've never slept with.
And by the way, Noelle said, I am friends with my ex. She didn't say it exactly, but yeah, she said, yeah, I'm friends with my exes.
To the boyfriends. I tagged them.
So what's the problem? I said X, Y, and Z, but I'm mad because somebody posted a video of me saying X, Y, and Z.
That as like a general comment, like her friends are her past lovers. That did not mean Noelle's friends are her past lovers. Just
yeah, Iron Frame says, Don, you read it like a book in the chat, first episode. Dude, this chick is so transparent.
I was like the
focal point.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But you felt attacked in the moment when I was talking about something that applies to like a million chicks.
Oh no.
Now she's backpedaling. There you go.
Tell me whatever you think.
I didn't care. Like, I mean, everyone has their own like opinions, and I did kind of think after the fact, like, because
now she doesn't care. So 5 minutes ago, I felt attacked, and now I don't care.
I do go to college, and I've like kind of experienced like everyone does have guy friends. Like, I live with 5 girls, and they all have their guy friends over, and I guess you guys haven't really like, I guess maybe seen that.
Oh, I've seen it.
Well, okay.
It's been
well.
Did this bitch really just say, I go to college and you didn't, so I'm more enlightened than you on guy-girl relationships that are platonic? Dude, the nerve of these chicks.
In my life and the people I'm surrounded by,
Here
it's
we
very
go.
normal to have guy friends.
Here we
to
go.
Have like an outside point.
Here we go.
Was I mean?
Yep.
I mean, I didn't really care.
Of course
I
not.
hate you.
I even
Here we go.
Tells me everything. So I even said to you in the moment. No, so feel free to be honest. Don't come on a podcast and wait till the podcast is over to talk your shit. You're allowed to talk your shit. No one's gonna hit you.
Bingo. Do you see what Kevin just did there? That's why he's gonna be successful at this. That's why he's gonna be successful at this. This woman talked shit after the podcast. Kevin invited her back because Kevin's a charming, smooth dude. She gets on and says, I felt attacked. She contradicts herself 3 or 4 times, and Kevin's like, whoa, wait a minute. You said X, Y, and Z, but now you're on here saying A, B, and C. Like, listen, like, say it with your chest. He's like, say it with your chest. Like, you just contradicted yourself. But the way he said that she contradicted herself was very playful. Hey, look, man, like, talk your shit. I mean, no one's going to bite you or anything. He, ha, ha, ha. Perhaps some of us could learn from that particular scenario.
No, that was all I said. That's what I said. That like you guys hadn't gone to college, so having that like
Oh my
me
God.
being at like in a school like where I
Listen to this woman insulting these people. You haven't been to college, so you don't know.
live in a house. Like I live in like a literal house at my like at college, and I have like
Because they don't know what houses are?
a lot of people come through my house where it's all of my roommates. I live with 4 other girls.
I like your nails.
Thanks. And so I just am like surrounded with people who have guy friends. So that's
Okay, so you just saw a little interaction here between the airhead and the bitch. Watch this.
like a lot of people come through.
So her airheaded friend is like, oh, I like your nails. I don't know why she all of a sudden just decided to randomly mention that. Normally, girls are like, oh, yeah, thanks, girl, blah, 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 blah. But this girl's like, oh, yeah, thanks. Like, she didn't even care. Watch.
My house where it's all of my roommates. I live with 4 other girls.
I like your nails.
Thanks.
She's like, thanks.
And so I just am like surrounded with people who have guy friends, so that's normal to me, and kind of hearing your side, which is fair. Like, but
During the talk, you said it was fair, and then believe it or not, I'm one of the few guys, especially in like a male space of content, that struggles to take myself seriously, hurling statistics or male points of view at people that I can see aren't getting it, especially if they're younger. So it's very difficult for me. Like, I guess I should just go on with the show and be like, listen, this is how it is. This is how men think. But I struggled to do it while I was talking to you because you're so much younger than me. You're 21 and you're currently in college. And I'm also gathering that the college experience is your only reference for life at this point.
Very
in time. Like,
nice.
you don't know a world beyond it. You don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I feel like when I get out of college, I won't have as many guy friends.
Yeah, let me just chime in real quick.
When you get out of college, you won't have as many guy friends. So you see how she's already backpedaling. She's backtracking. She's the type of bitch that'll go and she'll look at the comments and she'll sort of craft her answer. A lot of women do that, especially a lot of repeat guests on Fresh and Fit. You watch the first time, they act a goddamn fool. Then the second time, all of a sudden, they're conservative.
Because that's what I was thinking, like playing devil's advocate, like that's kind of the college culture, is that majority of women that you would ever meet in college are also part of big friend groups. And you were telling me that like colleges are kind of like cliquey. And once you find your like group of people, that's kind of how it rolls throughout the semesters, throughout your whole tenure of being a college.
Yeah, but at one point in the conversation, I did say that if you don't really give a fuck.
I have a confession to make. I'm thinking about leaving Devon. Would you like to know why? She sent me a text message that says, I walked Chester and ate the rest of the roast beef. I'm feeling some type of way.
And you're not looking for some serious relationship right now, then who cares? Especially at your age. I said, but it's something to them tell their boyfriends that he's just a friend. I had to say that to let the dudes know that your instinct is right. It's some shit. But also, the other thing about this whole fucking sorority frat experience and like all this shit is because this keeps coming up because most of the female guests we've had are currently in college. The thing that keeps occurring to me too is it, we could like go around the room, don't be shy. Is it difficult to have, and this is where I got to give it to the girls, but also politely let you know that you don't really know what the fuck is going on. If college is your only reference for what relationships with men are like.
Thank you.
This like frat boy party bullshit largely to blame for giving so many women at this age the impression that all men are like fucking
100%,
like morons.
100%,
because that's like a very prototype. Like,
Devin, you said you only had one serving. No, you had roast beef the same night I had roast beef. See? Technical foul. I had my mouth set for some roast beef tonight, man.
Specific type of character, the frat boy. You know what I mean? Like all men do not fucking go through life with, you know what I mean? Like,
I did agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Like with like realistically, some of the guys that I do know just keep like, you know, they're just getting the next big thing. Like, you know, like they'll find one pretty girl. Oh, but there's another pretty girl right there. And like they'll get that one pretty girl. So like she'll let it happen and then they'll move on to the next pretty.
Isn't it funny how she's talking about this behavior as though it's unattractive? The guys who fuck the pretty girls get to fuck pretty girls. Pretty girls like her are attracted to men who fuck girls like her.
girl because they got the last pretty girl. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's a constant. They're gonna keep acting that way. I did agree with you with that. Like girls keep having sex with idiots, they're gonna keep acting that way.
There you go.
Yeah. Sierra, anything on the front?
Wow. Did you hear what she just said? She actually just dropped knowledge. She's like, hey man, if girls are going to continue to have sex with idiots, they're going to continue to behave that way. It's the same thing with men. It's the same thing with women. Out in the quote-unquote real world. Women, Josu Rodriguez. Yes, the Chads, the Tyrones, the Daves. The Dave the Unemployed Garage Band guitar players. The Kevins and Sales. Girls fuck the assholes, guys. That's why we became assholes.
Frat boys.
I dated a frat boy.
And
of course you did.
I think at first I definitely fell for the thrill of like the fun, the going to
Explain
parties.
the fucking.
Dr. B84 says, is she a little based? She was a little based in that moment. So we'll see.
Thrill, please. I've never understood this.
I think
the thrill of being with a fully functioning retard. I just have to understand what this is like.
I think being like on my own for the
It's
first
the
time
excitement,
at 18
man.
and going to college, living on my own. being able
Yeah,
to meet
going
my
to
own
parties
friends,
and all that.
All these guys that I was surrounded with, this one guy that caught my eye because he was, making stupid jokes. He was, just the life of the party, essentially. I think that like caught my eye. I don't know at this point. I would not do that again, but something about
Rob says, so Dr. B84 says, is she a little based? Rob says, Dr. B, is this an instance of a broken clock is right twice a day? Oh boy. Yeah, spoiler alert. That's the answer. Love it.
feeling important to the person who's like trying to get the attention of everybody in the room.
Brock the bartender, I like that. Yeah, that's Sertain's thing.
Attention, or at least it feels that way for the moment being, even though he never stops craving attention from everybody he comes across because that's the party life.
Right.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yep.
I just hypothesized that.
Bingo.
Yeah,
that's what's so wild. Well, maybe it's like, but let me ask just real quick. And so did that end poorly? Did that end in arguments and fighting and heartbreak, or was it just like, whatever the fuck, moving on, growing up?
I think I grew up and he didn't.
Did it end in any sort of conflict or heartbreak?
Not on my end, really. Like, I think he was definitely more heartbroken over it than I was because I...
Translation, she fucked another dude. That's it. She fucked another dude. She fucked another dude. Guys, let's rewind that. Let's rewind that. She fucked another dude. And this is the difference. This is the difference between Kevin and... This is one of the differences between Kevin and Myron. Myron would press her and ask her, okay, what happened at the end of the relationship? Right?
In heartbreak, or was it just like, whatever the fuck, moving on?
And I like how Kevin is going about. He's going around about it. He's taking a sort of an indirect approach, but it's obvious. Watch.
I think I grew up and he didn't.
Did it end in?
I grew up and he didn't. That was her excuse for cheating on him.
Any sort of conflict or heartbreak?
Not on my end, really. Like,
yep, not on my end. No, I wasn't heartbroken. I was getting smashed out by another frat guy.
I think he was definitely more heartbroken over it than I was because I was willing to grow and to get past that college.
No. No. He was more heartbroken than you because you were fucking somebody else. See, he was more heartbroken than you because you broke up with him in your mind long before you ever made the move. You broke up with him in your mind. You started fucking Mike. Mike dicks you down. He makes you feel a certain way. That is when, guys, I say this all the time. Dude, a disproportionate amount of modern women branch swing. It happens so much. Branch swinging happens so much and so often. I don't know how often. I don't know the percentages. But, dude, go outside. Throw a rock outside your house. And you can probably find someone in that radius who can tell you a branch swinging story. That's why we knew it's enough.
Frat, whatever mindset.
Okay, so it was like fuck around shit. Like you didn't love him?
No, I did.
You loved him?
Yeah.
But you weren't heartbroken?
I think because I was in control of the breakup.
Yes. Reed, I was fucking another guy. She was fucking somebody else, guys. It's as plain as day.
So you got to maintain your but you got to maintain your pride in leaving him. But sometimes you leave people and you're still heartbroken that you had to leave him. No heartbreak?
Nope.
I was gonna say girls meant.
Nope. There it is. There it is. No heartbreak. Of course there was no heartbreak because she was fucking somebody else, and she might still be fucking somebody else. Yeah, Jethro Raffro says she was licking her lips when she said that. Yeah, I caught that too.
Break up before they actually do the breakup. So I was gonna say that could have happened.
I love how he didn't know her shit. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, and then I love how guys can't sense it. They don't know when she's already mentally left. They're like, well, she's still here. That means we're still together. That's something to look out for. I forgot where I was going with that. I think I was going to ask basically something to the effect of, it seems like when girls fuck around with dudes like that too early in life, if there is a serious attachment and it ends badly, and we kind of talked about shit like that with your situations and everything, recap episode 1 if you don't know what that's about, it's interesting, that they can kind of go forward in life holding on to the negative experience, but also they can't let themselves off the hook by saying like, well, I was the one that took a frat dude seriously. It's like a dude saying, oh, seriously, and then like, oh my God, heartbreak. I was like, what did you think she would do? Kind of. But you said it wasn't serious enough for it to be something like that.
I think that
No, it was serious enough. She just cheated.
it took a long time for me to grow and to realize that I deserved more, and I didn't want
Here we
to
go.
live that like kind of lazy, almost like frat lifestyle that he was completely content with. And I got to a point, I'm about to graduate college, I'm ready to grow and move forward, and he was not in a place to do that. So
Is this your most recent guy?
Mhm.
Oh, so you haven't experienced the real man yet. That's gonna be fun. There's a lot more to experience. Tate, your experience.
That's okay. So Kevin low-key like shot a shot at this bitch.
It's on like the college party life and everything. And does that ever, because if you actually get seriously involved with people that live for fucking partying and chaos, because that's the thing to do at the time, can it ever tamper how you view relationships, men, etc., moving forward?
I didn't talk to frat boys. Do you want to know the truth?
Yeah, tell me about that.
They were not interested in me in college.
Okay.
They were not interested in me in college. Pay close attention. They were not interested in me in college. I believe her because she's not easy on the eyes. Keep that in mind. They were not interested in me in college. Make a mental note.
Like, not at all.
Like, not at all.
I did make friends with them, though. That was the weird part. Like, I had a lot of frat guy friends, but never, like, I was never trying to fuck them. I was never trying to, like, talk to them romantically.
And they weren't trying.
No. See, there it is. I was never trying to fuck them, never trying to talk to them romantically. You just said that frat boys weren't checking for you. But now you want to say, well, I wasn't trying to fuck them.
Trying to fuck you?
No.
They try to fuck
They tried
everything.
to be my friend. Like, I had one guy went to a party once.
Yeah.
Like,
They didn't try to fuck this girl because she's really not, she's not that good looking.
first party I went to, and he like brought me up in his room with his friends, my friends and stuff, and I was like, okay, this is interesting.
So I was about to go down.
Yeah, no, he played guitar for me.
That's sincere.
Better than playing Fortnite.
That's better than fucking. It is. He showed you his talent.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so, but as far
Unbelievable. She goes to this party. Women all the time say they want a man who's in touch with his feelings and he can be romantic and blah, 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 blah. I went to this party and this frat guy invited me up to his room. She's like, great. I'm about to get butt fucked by my first frat boy. Hooray. He breaks out the guitar and he sings her a song. The attraction drained right out of her body. Well, there you go. There you go.
as like dating frat boys, I didn't really date in college because it's just, I mean, part of it's because
You didn't date in college because you were not attractive.
I wasn't really focused on that, but it just didn't work out.
See, there it is. I wasn't really focused on that. See how she changed her story back and forth? As Josu Rodriguez says, so they did try. No, well, she got lucky with one. He played fucking guitar for her. So there you go.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rock. Tell me what she was going to tell.
I was going to chime in on what she was saying because you were saying that he wanted to be the center of attention and wanted to be the loudest in the room. Isn't there saying about like the loudest person in the room is usually the loneliest? If the dude's the loudest person in the room, that's usually a big red flag. Because a lot of dudes, and they feel uncomfortable around women because they're quiet and not really.
Yes.
They kind of act like
it's true.
To really get attention. They're like, oh, look at me, look at me. That's a huge, huge red flag. Even for a chick too. If you go to a party and there's a chick running around on the table and shit, you're like,
oh yeah,
giant red flag. They just want all the attention. They're like the loneliest social type in the room. So I was just thinking those funny shit. That's like a big red flag.
Yeah. You guys, I don't know if everybody's too young to answer this. Maybe Caroline should chime in too. You know, like what age it seems to be where you start becoming unattractive to the loudest, most attention-seeking men. Like, there's a certain point. Has everybody started to hit that stride yet where the dude's like, oh, we're fucking lit? You're like, oh, Christ, that means...
Yeah. When they start having to buy their own drinks, that's when that act wears thin on them. If women had 100 years of peak fertility and beauty, they would spend 99 years and 364 days and probably 23 and a half hours before they actually start trying to find a man for the long term. And even then, they're probably thumbing back to February to make sure it's not a leap year. So women grow tired of the frat boy act when frat boys no longer want to fuck them. When men want to fuck you, you fuck with them.
That means he wants to be the center of attention in the whole fucking room, which means he's a fucking lame, versus like, oh my God, it's the guy that's most lit.
To be fair, like I am in a sorority, so I am around a lot of frat guys. I found that
She's in a sorority, so she's around a lot of frat guys.
she belongs to the streets.
Absolutely.
I am more attracted to the ones that are quieter, that don't go out as often.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Listen to what this woman just said. This is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard. I don't like the outgoing gregarious ones. I like the guys who are quiet and reserved. Said no woman ever. She's talking like she's 41.
Started to hit that stride yet where the dude's like, oh, we're fucking lit. You're like, oh Christ, that means he wants to be the center of attention in the whole fucking room, which means he's a fucking lame, versus like, oh my God, it's the guy that's most lit.
To be fair, like I am in a sorority, so I am around a lot of frat guys. I found that I am more attracted to the ones that are quieter, that don't go out as often.
And is that a recent shift or was it always like that?
It was a recent. I used to fuck with a drug dealer.
All right.
That was very.
Good job, Noel.
I used to fuck with a Wait, I'm sorry. I beg your jargon?
I am more attracted to the ones that are quieter that don't go out as often.
Was that a recent shift or was it always like that?
It was a recent. I used to fuck with a drug dealer.
Hey.
That was very.
Good job, Noel.
That was a very intense, just like way of going. Like when I was with him, and I really just like didn't like that. And I felt like when I moved on from that, I went for more like one that.
Okay, that's the first guy who's probably alpha widowed her, guys. That's the first guy that probably alpha widowed her. A drug dealer. She fucked with a drug dealer. I wonder how long this relationship lasted.
Doesn't stick out as much, you know, like just kind of keeps to himself. Like one of the last guys, the one that I was talking about that I met last semester, he was like in construction, but he like was going to school to get a higher education to do better in that construction company. But he was still working when he was at school. Like he would work.
Yeah, translation, he was boring. Girls, listen, young hot women, they're going to choose the drug dealer over the construction worker 11 times out of 10, guys. It's not the way it should be, but that's the way it is.
Get up at like 7, go on his computer, do all this shit for like the whole day, and only had classes at certain times. And I liked that he was a hard worker and like didn't go out as much because he was working.
Yeah, so what happened to him? Where is he now? Where is he now? See, I like that because he was such a hard worker. So then what happened? Is he your husband?
Like, you know, even though he wasn't technically a frat guy.
Did you ride around with the dude while he was making his...
See, and again, this is a missed opportunity for Kevin. What he should have asked, just, so, you know, out of curiosity, what happened to the construction worker guy? That's when you get women to, this is when you can get women to tell on themselves, is just asking them questions and just watching their hamster in overdrive, trying to find a way to describe the experience without incriminating themselves.
There's drug dealers? Yes. Dude, if you ain't riding around with him, you ain't fucking a drug dealer.
No, they would come to his house. I would be there. I'd wake up and people would come and be like, and I'd just be like, oh my God.
Oh, he was the president of the trap.
I'm sorry. I forget which of the 10 crack commandments of Biggie Smalls, but he says, I forgot how it goes exactly. He said, never sell where you rest at. Even if they want an ounce, tell them bounce. This idiot had people coming to his house to pick up drugs?
It was bad.
President of the trap. Yeah, did you see some ugly shit?
It was bad, but you were still fucking him. Make that make sense.
Like, not like, it wasn't that crazy. I mean, it was just more like we'd be chilling at his house and then he'd get like a knock on his bedroom door, not even like his house door, like his bedroom door. They'd be like, can I get this? And I'd be like, whoa. Cause like I was never like, he like sold coke.
I was gonna say,
it was like,
he sold what?
Bedroom door. They'd be like, can I get this? And I'd be like, whoa. Cause like I was never like, he like sold coke.
I was gonna say,
oh, he sold cocaine. So, and listen, if you sell weed, that doesn't count as a drug dealer anymore. Listen, if you sell weed, that you're not a drug dealer anymore because weed is legal. If you sell cocaine, you are a drug dealer.
It was like coke and like everything like kind of beyond that.
And that's what that's got you character.
And so I was just like, I mean, when I met him, I didn't know that.
No.
Stop the cap.
Dude, there it is. When I met him, I didn't know that. So when did you find out?
Then it came about and that kind of, skeeved me, but I didn't really like that.
How long did you hang around?
It was like 2 months.
2 months?
It was.
Women always telling themselves.
Okay, at least it wasn't like a 3-year thing.
Oh God, no. It was more of just like I like witnessed it, kind of got upset about the whole thing, and then just like fuck that.
It's funny. The last girl we know.
That is all cap. Apollo in the chat says it was bad. Translation. I love the excitement. Ken Rose with the $2 super chat. Appreciate that very, very much.
That was dating a drug dealer is now in prison for murder.
Right, that went south real quick.
There's a girl from this town. I used to go to high school there.
Wow.
Our fucking trash area.
It was terrible. She goes to Texas with her boyfriend and sells drugs, blah, blah, blah. Hadn't heard from her since. And then one night we're at the house and we get a phone call. She used to come over once in a while.
You want to take over?
Yeah, go ahead.
She calls and she's like, hey, Kev, what did she ask? She said, can we take a bus up to your place?
And could we
stay
there for a while?
No, I'm sorry. She goes, can you pick us up from North Carolina? And I'm
what?
Like, no. Why the fuck would I do that? And she's like, well, I got to get up there. And I said, take a fucking bus. And her man's in the background. He goes, no public transportation. I go, what the fuck did you do that you can't take public transportation? She puts her man on the line. He's some fucking degenerate. That's why he went to jail first. And he's like, yo, man, let me check it like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, we did like the worst shit anybody could ever do. So I'm just instantly like, click. I turn to the whole room and I go, guys, what's the worst thing illegally that you could do?
He said, click.
Murder. And I'm like, huh. But I put it out of my mind. A week later, big fucking headline, looking for 2 murderers, and they had fled back to this town.
Wow.
And yeah, they got him in like
the story
30 minutes.
The story was, so he was selling Klonopin or perks or some shit, and they went out driving around, and apparently the deal went bad, and they were trying to rob the boyfriend. So the boyfriend shot this dude in the head, and then they went on. It was this whole crazy shit show.
Holy
But,
shit.
You know, like if your boyfriend sells weed, like, you know, it's obviously not like a great start, but like shit like that, like if you stay in that relationship for like 3 years and say you started getting like a lot of money and like moving a lot of drugs.
She was with this dude for 2 months. She knew exactly what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing, dude. She got into it for the excitement.
Legit drug dealer, you'll see some shit.
Because then that's when they like start dropping out. They're like, why do I need to go to school? I got fucking $100,000 from this kilo I just sold.
There you go.
Kind of just tumbleweed. But
Whoa. $100,000 for a kilo.
There's nothing too. There's that stereotype of women that love the danger.
It's been a while since I've done blow, so my cocaine math is probably a little outdated.
It's not a stereotype. Women love danger, and women are aroused by danger.
There you go.
Did you guys know that? Have you not noticed yet that you guys are aroused by danger? You were the first example.
All right. Well, to be fair, like I said, going in, I didn't know, and then I found out, and it definitely like it pushed me away. Like I don't.
Oh, stop it! Stop it!
I'm like not like I.
So women just like the bad boy for no fucking reason.
I didn't know.
No. I just listen. I'm not making a bad.
Look at her. See, she can't take accountability. I didn't know. So this guy did. So let me get this straight. You're okay with him snorting cocaine. You were okay with him doing lines, but him selling cocaine, that's where you drew the line. Is that it? Remember, she knew that he did cocaine, guys. She said it earlier. I knew he did cocaine. That wasn't a red flag?
Example out of you. It's in your fucking nature, okay? Otherwise, you'd be with some fucking dork. The only problem is it's difficult for women to discern that feeling. Like any excitement is just exciting. It just penetrates you. It's just exciting, like metaphorically penetrates you.
It's not the only thing that penetrates
like, wow, this is exciting, and sometimes you can't figure out why it's exciting. And sometimes it's something feel a little wrong. It's almost so wrong that it's a little right. And then if it's really bad, you're sensible. You're like, okay, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Unfortunately, if you're a little bit more airheaded, you're like, this is really bad, but it's still exciting, and you stay.
Yeah. Look, women never give us the whole story. They never, ever give the whole story. I believe he was a drug dealer, number one. Number two, I believe it probably lasted for a little longer than 2 months. But number three, we'll never know how that relationship ended. We'll never know how that relationship ended because she's not going to tell us. So, dude, this 21-year-old college chick dated a drug dealer. She dated someone who did and sold cocaine. And it's funny, when men go out into the world and they meet a woman like this, they meet a woman with no discernible hotels, right? But you just never, ever know what these bitches have done. You never, ever know. And at some point, you start to realize, dude, this girl is really kind of fucked up. Like, why is she like this? Well, yeah, she used to date a drug dealer, so she's probably already broken, if not close to it.
I mean, a lot of girls come from like a lot of wealth, so to them it's exciting because it's different, but also at the same time, like she was saying, it kind of like killed all of it. Like, how long between you finding out he sold drugs?
Good question.
Like, what was the time period between you knowing?
I mean, I knew he sold weed, which was like.
So she knew he sold weed, and selling weed, like I said, is not a drug dealer.
You know, like you said, that's like whatever. And then like one of his roommates brought it up, and I think it was probably like.
Answer the question. How long did you stay with him after you found out he sold cocaine?
3 weeks in. So it was like, because we had been like hanging out like once or twice a week. Like it wasn't like anything, like we were not hanging out every day. Yeah. And
that means they were hanging out almost every day. Do you see how she's trying to distance herself from this guy, right? He was a drug dealer and he was bad and this and that and the third, but I wasn't with him for that long. And I didn't know he was a drug dealer. And it wasn't really that serious. We only fucked like twice a week.
It like came up and I was like, because I knew he did coke, but I didn't know he sold it.
Bingo, there it is. She knew he did coke, but didn't know he sold it. Oh, okay, so he does cocaine rather than sells it. I think I can live with that.
That's good.
All right.
That's just college people.
Okay, yeah, that was all right.
Yeah. There you go. Did you see this? Did you watch this woman glitch out when she doesn't have an answer? Watch her. She literally glitches out. She glitches out when Kevin's like, oh, yeah, well, basically saying, what is that? Yeah, that's good. He did cocaine, but he didn't sell it. Oh, okay. And she realizes, okay, yeah, I'm accountable. I knew he did cocaine when I got with him, and that's fucked up. See, what Kevin is doing is holding up a mirror to her judgment. No one has ever said to her, dude, you dated a dude who does and sells cocaine. You fucked up. Watch her glitch out.
Every day. Yeah. And it like came up and I was like, because I knew he did coke, but I didn't know he sold it.
Oh, that's good.
All right.
That's just college people.
Look.
Like, yeah. That was, all right, listen.
No, you're
that
fine,
was the
you're fine.
beginning. That was like a year and a half ago. And that was just not good.
See that? Always a way out. Always a way to reduce her accountability. I didn't know he was a drug dealer. When I first met him, I knew he smoked weed. I knew he sold weed. When I found out, I didn't see him that often. We only hung out twice a week. This was like a year and a half ago. She's 21 years old. So you're a 19-year-old fucking a drug dealer. And a 19-year-old fucking a drug dealer, can, especially who looks like that. This girl has 100% been fucked by niggas. Real shit. A bitch that looks like her that goes to college with tits like that? Oh, yeah.
On my end.
Do you think it's a bad thing to admit that danger and edgy behavior is somewhat attractive, even though it shouldn't be, because everything that's wrong feels kind of right and exciting?
Oh, I think so.
That's like
I mean,
that's the worst part about our nature.
Wow, did she just keep it real?
To be a little bit more steep in female nature.
Yeah, that last podcast take was absolutely ridiculous. What last
podcast
take? What Francesca said? That was
we had a girl on the last podcast that she likes to be fucked with a gun put to her head. That's being aroused by a near-death experience.
Holy God.
that was crazy.
Dude, I never felt less hardcore in my life. I thought I was in the hardcore section. I just threw that all out the fucking window after that podcast.
Kevin's like, well, I'm done for.
Yeah, basically. Why is it so quiet in here? What's the problem? Am I saying something that's wrong? Y'all are not aroused by
No,
danger?
you're just like talking.
Y'all are not aroused by danger? Well,
I
then
feel
tell
like
me
there's like a happy medium where it's like,
here
we want to go out and do like things not like that, but like
A happy medium. See, there she goes. There she goes. She's trying to admit that she likes danger without admitting that she likes danger. There is no happy medium with danger, boo. It's either dangerous or it's not.
you know what I mean? Like
No, I don't know what you mean. Kevin needs, especially with Noelle, to really extrapolate the truth out of her. When she says, do you know what I mean? Just like Myron and Fresh. No, I don't know what you mean. Explain it to me.
Okay, the thing is what kind of threw me off about the last podcast
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was like I feel like you saw things very black and white when there is like a gray area.
Here we go.
The majority of things.
There is a gray area, and I try to touch the gray area as much as I can, but there are things in life that are black and white, so we can't disqualify the things that are black and white. Like there are certain things that are just hard facts, but we are. Hey, can you speak to this, since you probably will speak to it the best?
Try.
Because you might be the biggest liberal in the room, and you just haven't quite revealed it all yet, but you're welcome to. There are certain things in life that are straight black and white facts, as well as things that are the gray area that you can't take one way or the other. But we're living in an era now where if you state a black...
CJ in the 562 says, hoes always trying to sell purity. Dude, they're on autopilot with that shit. Always on autopilot. And the reason why they try to sell purity is because they know it matters.
And white fact that is such a hard fact, cemented. You can't discount it. If somebody's like, well, that's not how I feel, we gotta like take that into account and like mellow out. You know what I mean? Or do you like disagree that everything is so like beautifully versatile and we should just like, flow with that in whichever way our heart desires?
Here we go.
How do you feel about that?
Well,
Do you know what I'm saying? Even though I'm saying,
Oh,
like,
God.
I get what you're saying. I mean, if I'm being it's hard to okay. Truthfully,
Jesus.
I don't know if necessarily my version of what's black and white matches.
Here we
your
go.
version of
That's
black and
kind of what
Here
I
we
just
go.
said. As long
Here
as
we go.
somebody has a different version of a
Here we go.
stone cold fact, we have to pretend it's gray when it is black and white, as opposed
Thank
to
you.
the shit that is actually gray.
I think, well, okay, so for the conversation you're talking about right now, right, where you were saying
Women are aroused by danger.
Are aroused by danger. Scientifically, people get understimulated because of the lack of serotonin in their brain.
Oh my God. Is this bitch really... That this bitch is really going to try to go scientific with the nature and try to relate it to some sort of a chemical reaction. Ay, 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 ay.
And we're in a generation right now where people are really struggling with that. The foods that we eat are lacking in the basic minerals and vitamins that we need.
Yeah,
to
this
go
makes
out
no
and buy.
sense. This is just
that will
bitch
have a
babble.
serious effect on your mental health. That will cause you to lack.
Shout out to
stimulation,
Panda
and
Trucker
you're going
with
to
the
go out your way to
$5
seek
super chat.
stimulation, right?
Appreciate
So
that very
when
much.
I'm lacking B12, right? I might be more interested in a man that wants to get a little crazy, right? But when I got all my vitamins, I'm like, okay, I'm doing better for you.
Wait. Hold the fucking phone.
Because of the lack of serotonin in their brain. And we're in a generation right now where people are really struggling with that. The foods that we eat are lacking in the basic minerals and vitamins that we need to go out and buy. Yeah, that will have a serious effect on your mental health. That will cause you to lack stimulation, and then you're going to go out of your way to seek stimulation, right? So when I'm lacking B12, right, I might be more interested in a man that wants to get a little crazy, right? But when I got all my vitamins, I'm like, okay, I'm doing better for you.
when you've been in this community for as long as I have, there isn't much at this point you haven't really seen or heard, right? Every once in a while, that's interesting, never seen or heard that before. Hey, that's a different way of looking at it. We know that women have a zillion reasons to justify their whorish behavior, right? Guys are too thirsty. He wasn't attentive. I needed to find myself. There's always, I needed space, blah. Okay, fine. And we know they're all bullshit, but, listen, at least women, at least we know the bullshit that's coming. I have never, and I mean never, heard a woman justify her hoery with some sort of vitamin deficiency. So let me get this straight. So you want to get butt fucked by Tyrone because your potassium levels are low? You're not going to respond to the hot guy hitting on you because your vitamin D stores are where they need to be. You're going to dress a little sluttier because your calcium levels not quite where they need to be. Is this hoe serious? Did this bitch really just try to blame her slutty behavior on vitamin deficiency? Gentlemen, that is a first. That is a fucking first. Holy shit. More importantly, gentlemen, and as funny as that is, what we need to understand about this woman who just said that, she is never, ever, ever going to take accountability for her actions. Ever. If you are blaming your behavior on the foods and vitamins that you eat or not eating, there's no hope. I've listened to girls disclaim accountability in every way under the sun. I have never heard this. And as you can plainly see, Airhead in the middle is like, are you fucking kidding me with this?
Really, nigga?
Look at the look on this bitch's face. She's like, oh my God, did this bitch really just say that if she is deficient in selenium, that makes her more of a slut? Unbelievable. And I mean unbelievable. That was incredible. Ay, ay, ay. Panda Trucker member for 2 months. He says, we all know sex sells. However, purity sells to men. I've been fooled by my hoes who do this in my BP days. Yeah, absolutely. G. Lee with the $5 super chat. Appreciate the support. Very, very much. Yeah, she doesn't shop at Whole Foods. She shops at Whole Foods. Ay, 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 ay. Oh my God. I've never heard that in my life.
I think it's crazy. I see you all laughing, but I swear to God, if you literally have the basic vitamins that you need, if you get enough sleep, right? If you're taking care of yourself and you're focusing on what you need, right? Why are you going to go and seek outside validation for that? Right? If you have all the stuff you need, right? So when I'm bored, so I'll just tell you, when I'm bored, right? I've literally been with a man and people around me are like, why are you with him? And I'm like, because I'm bored and this is self-harm, because I literally am lacking the literal serotonin. Like, I'm so self-aware. That's the problem with me, right? I'm so self-aware of these things, but this is the truth. Like, that's why people think that.
Okay, so yeah, that's about as honest as it gets. The funny part,
that was absolutely fucking crazy. Oh my God.
Is everything you're saying is true about how we chase thrills to make up for the fact that we're not all there. I just
Devin says, LOL, I'm a slut because I lack potassium. Yeah, right?
Never heard it specifically equated to B12. That almost made me.
Dude, you want maybe a picture? Maybe a picture like if. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, someone in the chat said vitamin D.
No, but okay.
By the way, guys. By the way, shout out to. Oh, hold on.
Dude, you want maybe a picture? Maybe a picture like if. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, someone in the chat said vitamin D.
Okay, so the girl in the green sweatshirt, that's Caroline. I've actually met her a few times. She's met Devin. They actually came and hung out with us in Philly when we were doing when we were doing a podcast. That's Caroline. That's Rocky's girlfriend. So shout out to her. But I love the fact that she's like, yeah, vitamin D. I like that she was the one that said it. So shout out to Caroline. Shout out to Rocky.
Vitamin D.
No, but okay.
They
listen,
probably
hear
was
me
talking
out.
about dick, but vitamin D. A lot of us did not get vitamin D. I mean, we're in houses, so none of us get vitamin D.
We're all vitamin D deficient.
But when I'm out with like, never mind. Go ahead. I don't want to say something.
Fucking Kevin. Well, you got to say it now.
Reckless. I don't exactly equate it to my lack of vitamin D. Sorry.
Thank you. Now, did you hear the way Kevin? Listen, this is where Kevin's skill is there. Me, I'd have been like, bitch, you are so full of fucking. What the fuck is wrong with you? I can't tell the judge, well, the reason why I committed this crime is because I had a B6 deficiency. No, they're going to fucking laugh their ass off and throw me in fucking jail. Kevin is much better at, sort of, I don't even want to say sugarcoating because that's not what he's doing, but he makes it a little more palatable, right? He makes it a little more palatable. I don't have that skill, at least not yet.
Like I was gonna say, if I'm out living reckless, I don't exactly equate it to my lack of vitamin D.
Super chat. $5 super chat from Siege D. For the ladies, are any girls turned on by a guy who can survive something dangerous like a car crash? Also, where the hell's Mark? He's right here off camera.
He's gonna tag in soon.
So yeah, for the
Luke
ladies,
and Mark off camera.
Are any of the girls turned on by someone who can survive something dangerous like a car crash?
If he purposely does it, no, because I think he's an idiot.
Oh my God, give me, oh Jesus Christ, dude, oh my God. Oh yeah. Look, man, like, oh Jesus Christ. Some of these questions that these dudes chat in, especially on Fresh and Fit, like they get, oh God.
For that, because so for example, my
God. Now the airhead is gonna. Oh yeah.
Sylvester Stallone was.
Was that just a layup for Luca because he was just in a car crash?
Oh, you're just in a car
It might have.
crash? Are you okay?
Is anybody more attracted to him now? There you go. Luca just survived a car crash. Now, granted, he caused it himself, but is anybody more attracted to Luca now?
If it was by accident, yeah, but you caused it yourself.
There you go, Luca.
Oh, there it is.
Emotional.
There it is.
I have an example. So one of my best friends is dating someone who is in a frat, and one of the frat guys texted the what do you call those the people that are going to the frat? Pledges. Thank you. Texted the group chat and was like, who wants to go for a drive? Daredevils only, and literally went on a drive, flipped his car like 12 times or something.
Oh,
but still, the fact that you like went out on this drive.
Oh shit! God damn.
Knowing it was like dangerous. I just think you're an idiot for that. I'm not like, oh damn, that's hot. Like,
yeah, I hate that.
That's
like,
stupid.
Oh well. Okay, okay. So this is funny. This is so funny. I've actually just caught on to something. So watch what's her name? Watch Noelle on the right. Watch Noelle on the right. Women like her and the girl on the end, Tay, anytime you ask them a question, these women have a tendency to always make it about them. Oh, me too, or I have a story about that, or yeah, that's how it affects me. Now, that's beside the point. What you guys will see here is Noelle taking another opportunity to snowflake. No, I'm not turned on by guys who engage in dangerous behavior. No, I've never, ever liked that. Just watch very closely. This is just what she does.
Drive, flipped his car like 12 times or something.
Watch.
I mean, they like all live, but still, the fact that you like went out on this drive knowing it was like dangerous, I just think you're an idiot for that. I'm not like, oh damn, that's hot. Like,
yeah, I
no,
hate that.
That's
like,
stupid.
I think when it comes to like that.
No, I don't buy that at all. This bitch, wait a minute. Wait. Hold the fucking phone. Listen to this.
Times or something. I mean, they like all live, but still, the fact that you like went out on this drive knowing it was like dangerous, I just think you're an idiot for that. I'm not like, oh damn, that's hot. Like,
yeah, I hate that.
Oh yeah, I hate that. Says the girl who dated a cocaine dealer. You don't get to date a cocaine dealer and say I don't like dangerous men. Like, bitch, who the fuck do you think we are? I swear to God, girls. It's almost like girls forget the bullshit they tell us. They think we forget. Bitch, you just told us you dated a fucking drug dealer. But, oh, yeah, I totally hate that. I'm not into that. That is cap. And you know, the interesting thing is, I was almost ready to buy into the airhead saying that she's really not into guys who are daredevils. But as soon as Noelle said, I hate that, well, I'm like, you know what? Yep, they both like daredevils. Listen, girls will never admit that they like dangerous behavior. They will never admit that they are aroused by men who engage in dangerous behavior. This is one of their flaws. This is a blind spot that women have for men. If you put yourself in danger and you are not afraid and you're brave, regardless of any other traits that you have, whether you have, doesn't matter. There's just a certain, danger is most women's password. Danger is most women's password. So much so that this woman here admitted that she knew the dude did cocaine and she still fucked him anyway for 2 months. But I hate that. Fuck out of here.
Like, I think when it comes to like that, if I was with someone they got into
I
an accident, I wouldn't find them more attractive. I would just be like, thank God they're okay.
Nobody
Like, an emotional,
cares.
like, oh my God, like I could have just lost this person.
Sierra, hop in real quick.
Do you see that? Every opportunity she can, she tries to make herself look like she's a good person. Well, I wouldn't worry about the danger. I would just make sure that they were okay. Fuck out of here, this fucking bitch.
I agree, like with what she was saying, that like I don't think that they're more attractive. I just wonder, are you okay?
Who,
Like,
who the fuck super chatted that?
Sage D's a holder.
Sage D, love you, brother. You're a holder. Kind of a stupid scenario you just threw there. Because
Thank you.
I think he was just
Thank
He
you.
might have been trying to lay it up for Luca. If you wonder, who told the internet that Luca was in
Mark and Luca are running around at church every day putting videos. I'm pretty
Okay, all right. However, if that wasn't a layup for Luca, I know exactly what you're trying to say, but car crash is just not the best scenario. Like, well, like biologically, like yeah, if a dude is like equipped for combat, if he can make his way through a fight, if he could enter a burning building and pull a fucking child out of it and shit, that's like the essence of heroic behavior and the fact that he's tough enough to do.
Yeah, bravery, courage.
He's tough enough not to be fucked with. A car crash just doesn't like. It doesn't hit the spot.
It's a weird scenario. Flip the question. If you were with your man and you're driving in the car and he does something stupid and gets you in a terrible car accident, do you kind of like him a little bit less?
Hell yeah,
So
yeah.
the safety factor
I'd
goes
be
in?
like, this is your fault. You're an idiot.
Dude, I don't even like to spill a fucking drink in front of a woman. I can't imagine putting her in a car and smashing it. Like,
You know those guys.
No. I got to disagree with the Savo brothers here. You see, I lived in Vegas for nearly 10 years, okay? And I'm not a stunt driver or anything like that, but I've done some pretty crazy shit in my cars. Girls love that shit. They do. Don't get me wrong. I'm not jumping over cars and doing donuts or drifting or anything like that. But women do like men who are on the aggressive side with driving. This is just how they're programmed.
Is that like you get in the car and they like want to see something cool and they step on it and go 120 on the highway?
I hate that.
I had a so my dad was with
Jesus.
this girl for a long time.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys want to see the perfect example of self-snitching? Look at Taze. Look at her face as she describes this make-believe scenario, which probably isn't make-believe, but listen, look at her face as she describes getting into somebody's car and going 120 miles an hour. She cannot hide her delight. She cannall hide her palpable arousal. Watch.
dude, I don't even like to spill a fucking drink in front of a woman. I can't imagine putting her in a car and smashing it. Like,
Watch.
You know those
Watch.
guys that like you get in the car and they like want to see something cool and they step on it and go 120 on the highway?
I hate
120 on look. She's like, you ever meet a guy and they're like, you want to see something cool, and you get in the car, it's 120 miles an hour. And then of course here comes Noelle capping Planet. No, I hate that. You know what? Fuck it. Your powers combined, I am Captain Planet. Stop it. Watch.
You know those guys that like you get in the car and they like want to see something cool and they step on it and go 120 on the highway?
I hate that.
So my dad was with this girl for a long time, and basically her daughter, her name's Haley, was my stepsister for a while. And so I'm in the car with her, and she's dating this kid, and we stayed up all night around the fire, and we were like, hey, let's go get food in the morning. So this kid that she's dating was the first night I ever met him. So it's myself, my stepsister Haley, and my two stepbrothers. We're all in the car, and the boyfriend, the new like 2-day new boyfriend, is driving. He's running red lights, and he's going like 75 in a 25. So I'm in the back seat, and I'm like, bro,
shit.
slow down. And then he just kept going. And I'm like, dude, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you right now. Not just because
You were in the car with him?
Yes, but because
Well, because
my
my sister's in
stepsister
the car,
and my
yeah.
two stepbrothers are in this vehicle, but he was doing it trying to.
Yeah, that's a danger. Yeah, that's you don't want to be in that.
Like, I don't know, dudes, especially like the car guys with their fucking Hondas that fucking sound like fucking lawnmowers. And they're like, she was kind of like.
It's all about the white boys.
Like, I feel like if I wasn't in the car, she kind of just would have tolerated it. But as soon as I started speaking up, then she started like chiming in, being like, "Yeah, stop, real quick, let me interrupt. $50 super chat from Kay. Thank you, bro. There's no comment, just the 50. Appreciate it."
Oh,
that's just a blessing.
I'll give my Don DeMarco.
You just blessed us. I appreciate that. Okay, let's veer towards more of a main topic. All right, we warmed you guys up. Let's talk about female selfishness.
By the way, shout out to Panda Trucker, who has gifted 5 memberships. CJ in the 652, Brandon Hines, Jason Bernardino, Morgan Jones, and Darius Horton. Put your ages and locations in the chat. Thank you.
Here's my biblical question for today. Are we looking to, through therapy, right? Because this is the thing right now, right? Especially with women, there's a big thing about healing, self-love. Therapy is more accepted. I forget, you brought up that point? Because that's true. Because watch any 70s movie, and if somebody's acting like a fucking asshole, they'll be like, get therapy. Rocky movies, Burt Young, you know what I mean? It's like, if you're deficient, it's like, yo, get therapy, which means you're like a fucking crazy person. Back in the day, only crazy people went and got therapy. Now, therapy is very accepted, and there's a self-love movement. Now, the only question I have about all this is where does it tread the line, the self-love, the things that you're trying to work through in therapy because you're looking for happiness, you're looking for fulfillment. Where do we find the line between that and ultimate self-centeredness? So my question is,
Oh my God. Breaking news, and I know you guys don't give a shit about this. Carson Wentz will get the start for the LA Rams. Very good. Welcome back. Welcome back, 11.
Are we looking to overcome our problems, or are we searching for someone who will tolerate our problems with no complaints?
Okay, so I'm a psychology major going in to be a therapist.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Look, man, I was cool with her being a psychology major. If that's what you want to do, do you. This bitch wants to be a fucking therapist? Are you fucking shitting me? Did I hear? Hold on. I got to rewind that because I'm not sure I heard that correctly.
Ultimate self-centeredness. So my question is, are we looking...
Dev, if you would, take out one of my ribeyes. Take out one of my ribeyes and put it in cold water, please.
To overcome our problems, or are we searching for someone who will tolerate our problems with no complaints?
Okay, so I'm a psychology major going in to be a therapist. So I've gone to therapy myself.
This is funny. So, I'm a psychology major, and I'm going to be a therapist. Translation, I'm uniquely qualified. Bitch, you are 21. Just because you're a psychology major doesn't mean you're an expert on the many aspects of psychological behavior and why people... No, you're a pretty basic bitch. You're a hot girl who's basic. And honestly, this girl doesn't really have much of a personality. And you can't really blame that on her because, you know, super attractive women like that rarely have personalities because they're not really required to, right? So I'm not going to blame that on her. But for her to sit here and act like, well, you know what? It's funny. Watch. Her body language, her vocal intonation, her cadence. She's like, well, I'm a psychology major and I'm going to be a therapist. Her body language says to us that she wants everyone to think she's an expert. So what she says goes. Nope, sorry, not listening to a 21-year-old hot girl who fucks goddamn cocaine dealers. Not happening.
You're looking for fulfillment. Where do we find the line between that and ultimate
just watch her.
Self-centeredness? So my question is, are we looking to overcome our problems, or are we searching for someone who will tolerate our problems with no complaints?
Okay, so I'm a psychology major going in to be a therapist.
Well, please. Omnipotent one. Psychology major, please grace us. Grace us with your cerebral expertise on the human brain. Oh my God.
So I've gone to therapy myself too.
Oh, of course.
There's a certain person who has to be a therapist to tell people when they're like, when I fucked up and I would complain to my therapist about it, she'd be like, that was your fault.
Oh, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe that for 1 second. Because when Kevin indirectly called her out for fucking a drug dealer, she glitched out. You guys remember that? She wants us to think that she's going to therapy and her therapist is trying to make her accountable. Sweet Cheeks, you're wasting your money. Because to this point, I haven't seen you hold yourself accountable for anything, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
And I needed someone to tell me
Female
that.
therapist?
Female.
So Devin says, do you want a crab cake with your steak and broccoli? Yes. Oh, hold on. This has got to be loud. Yep. Yes, I do.
I'm glad to hear that because I want to preface real quick that there's some fucked up therapy out here. All therapy is not good therapy. Just like, I don't know how many people are aware, you have to really do research if you're going into a surgery, find the right surgeon. You're not always going to get the best doctor. So that's why I'll always dismiss the idea that like if somebody knows something about psychology and someone wants to be an asshole, they'll go, oh, I didn't know you were a psychologist. As if you don't have the right to know something if you didn't fucking read about it or you didn't research it yourself, so to speak. Like, oh, you didn't go to school for this, so you don't have the right to speak on it. You know, you say something about medicine and someone go, oh, I didn't know you were a doctor. Same thing with therapy. I had a female friend, an actual female.
Do you see how Kevin indirectly,
really close.
Do you guys recognize how Kevin just indirectly told her, bitch, you don't know shit. I don't give a fuck if you're a goddamn psychology major and you want to be a therapist. You don't know shit. You're a 21-year-old hot girl. You don't know anything, except for that guys want to fuck you. Brett Roquemore says, that needs a Don DeMarco. You know what? I'm going to do it for him. Rob with the comment of the night says, please, she needs to never be allowed near any person's brain. Nope. Absolutely.
And she went to therapy out of her own pocket, wasn't paid by insurance. And she told me that she was bitching about a dude that broke her heart. And her therapist was 23 years old, but went through the schooling and everything, a certified therapist. And her answer was, when you realize that you're a bad bitch and take your power back, you will no longer stress over this dude. And she paid for that out of pocket. And I said, you could have went and got wine with your fucking girlfriends and achieved the same result.
Exactly.
Therapist. So you really don't always know what you're going to get. You don't know if there's people that are going to lean more into the you're never wrong as long as.
Yeah, Shade says Savo is really skilled with his words. You know what? I would actually, you know what's interesting? I think the difference between guys like myself, Kevin, Myron, Pearl, and the other Kevin is I think they can articulate their thoughts better than I can. I think they are, and listen, I'm good at articulating my thoughts, but like I'm self-aware enough to admit and see Kevin's better at this than I am. 100%. He has no verbal tics. He doesn't use any space or words. It's just, I'm all over the place. And I'm crazy and I'm, you know. So Kevin is very, very good. Kevin's very good at what he does. I think he's better, and honestly, I think he's better than I am at this point. People always, it's funny, people try to troll me all the time. Donovan, your content is trash. Well, I don't think it's trash. 173,000 subscribers. I mean, I've been at 173K for the last 2.5 years, but you know. Well, if your content were any good, you'd have blown up like Pearl and Kevin and Myron. And you want to know something? Those people are right to a degree. My content isn't trash, but it's certainly not as good as it could be. And the reason why it's not as good as it could be is because there's a gap in my skill set somewhere. I mean, look, I'm good at this, but the people that I've spotted, like, Kevin Savo, Kevin Samuels, Pearl, Myron, all those guys, I recognize that, yeah, these guys are going to be better than I am. Kevin is good at this at the tender age of 27, man. That's why I'm getting behind this dude, and I'm trying to get this dude as many eyeballs as humanly possible, because somebody has got to see this. Somebody's got to see this. Rob also had a really good comment, said she's boring, has never experienced anything, and basically knows nothing. What could she possibly offer someone that needs help going through a psychological crisis? Another psychological crisis.
As you fucking celebrate yourself versus what you just said. But sorry.
I was gonna say, when I went to therapy, it wasn't necessarily like looking for answers to my problems. It was literally just having someone to rant to unbiased. So like I can rant to my friends about any situation, but obviously they're gonna kind of be biased and take my side and be like, no, Eden, like you're right, it's okay, like it's not your fault. Whereas like I could literally tell my therapist anything, it's like she doesn't know me, she doesn't know my life, and it's like she'll just listen.
You know what? It's funny. The girl in the middle, the airhead, she's starting to grow on me. She's starting to grow on me, man. She is a bit of an airhead, but she's almost honest to a fault. I love it.
I felt like me for my therapy, it was more of like accepting what the things that I was doing wasn't all right. Like when I went, I was very much in my head thinking like, I'm not fucking up. Like it's other people. And it was for her to kind of sit me down and be like, look at your own life and see the things that led to that. Some of the things you could have done differently yourself that may have had a different result.
Okay. That's a skill.
No, this is all cap. Like what she is saying makes perfect sense. But if her therapist, something is not true here. There's something that's off with her story. Either her therapist is not effective. Either she never went to therapy. How can I put this? Either she never went to therapy or she does go to therapy and she just doesn't listen. Because what she's telling us that her therapist has told her, one would imagine that things would have been much different the last time she was on and now. She's telling her, well, my therapist said to take accountability. Well, anytime she gets called onto the carpet about something she either did or didn't do, there's always 1,000 different excuses as to why she wasn't in the wrong. So either she's lying about her therapist or the therapist is lying about what she told her. Come on, man.
90% of the population does not have.
Yeah, see, and this is why I was confused that you were talking shit when you was off the show, because I thought that you was very well-rounded. You are. Like, the shit you say makes sense. Say, general opinion on therapy. We'll go around the couch with that, and I'm going to reiterate the question.
Oh, yeah, guys, make sure you hit the bell. Hit the notification bell. Because, like I said, I'm well aware. I'm well aware of the fact that I don't think any of my subscribers has the notifications, gets notifications, even if they sign up for them. So that's why I'm going to lock down the 3 o'clock hour. At 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, TSR Live goes live.
Get Maria across the room because she knows how I feel about therapy.
Go for it.
So
It's a hot take?
it's a hot take.
Go ahead, all right.
Therapy traumatized me.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking hell. Therapy traumatized. Of course it did. Of course it did. This fucking chick. I'm gonna tell you what. Tay is what I like to call a professional victim. Everything that she's ever been involved with traumatized her. Trauma this and this didn't. How the hell can therapy traumatize you? Oh my God. There's always an excuse for erratic behavior. Well, I'm traumatized because of therapy. I have never heard anyone in my life tell me that therapy traumatized me. What? Fuck. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm not being facetious. If anyone has heard of anybody else that has said that therapy traumatizes them, please just let me know. And I'm not being facetious because maybe it really did, but I have a sneaky suspicion that everything traumatizes this bitch.
Go ahead, tell us about
I'll tell you the real truth. Okay,
people need to know about this.
I got a therapist, right? First of all, me and my sister share the same therapist as well as my sister and her boyfriend for therapy. My
You have a
sister and
sister?
my mom.
Wait.
But I also have 12 half siblings.
Still learning shit about
Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Slow your fucking roll. That was a lot in a little bit of time. What?
Say, general opinion on therapy. We'll go around the couch with that, and I'm going to reiterate the question.
I'm looking at Maria across the room because she knows how I feel about therapy.
Go for it.
So
It's a hot take?
it's a hot take.
Go ahead, all right.
Therapy traumatized me.
Good. Go ahead, tell us about
I'll
that.
tell you the real truth.
Because
Okay,
people need to know about this.
So number one, she was in therapy, which is red flag number one. That's red flag number one. Okay.
I got a therapist, right? First of all, me and my sister share the same therapist as well as my sister and her boyfriend for
So her sister, and her boyfriend all share the same therapist. Oh my God. This is a fucked up family.
therapy. My
You have a
sister and her
sister?
mom, stepsister. But I also have 12 half siblings.
Still learning.
12 half siblings. This woman, and this is through no fault of her own because she didn't choose the situation she was born into. But this woman grew up in chaos. This woman grew up in chaos, y'all. That's what happened. She grew up in chaos. She's never known stability. 12 half siblings traumatized by therapy. My sister and her boyfriend share the same. What?
Learning shit about you. Keep going.
That's already happening. She made best friends.
REA 12 figures with the $10 super chat. Whoa, it's too loud. Says, Donovan, you're like the guy behind the scenes that builds bridges and makes things and people work. Some men are politicians, but the most powerful men make politicians. You're a kingmaker, my brother. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Friends with my sister's mom, so she's kind of unprofessional. I love her, but right. So she's ghosted me for 5 months at a time. Like she'll literally stop talking.
The therapist?
Yes, she will stop talking to me for 5 months at a time.
I don't understand how I don't understand how a therapist can ghost you. Like, don't you have to pay for therapy? Like, was this I mean, something is not right about this, guys. Something's not right about this. How can a therapist ghost you? Did you get your money back? Did you get a refund from the money you spent on the therapist? Or maybe one of her friends is also a psych major and an acting therapist? Like, what? How can your therapist ghost you? What, are we texting with our therapist now?
Like I'll text her, she won't answer, or she'll text me and she'll be like, let's make an appointment. I'll be like, all right, yeah. And we'll make an appointment. And then she'll be like, oh, sorry, I can't make it, or just won't show up, or we'll be 30 minutes late. So like, and I've literally.
Oh, well, there's your problem right there. There's your problem right there. You got a female therapist. There's a problem right there. So let me get this straight. Guys, listen, check this out. This is women will never. The only women who truly understand how flaky and neurotic women are women who date other women, right? This woman just got a glimpse into female nature and she doesn't even realize it. She'd be texting back and forth with her therapist, let's make an appointment or let's make a date. She'll show up late. She doesn't show up. It's almost like she's talking about an ex-girlfriend or something. Right? Your therapist didn't ghost you. Your therapist just flaked on you. This bitch got, dude, women, I swear to God, women flake so much. They even flake when what they do for a living is what they should be doing. That's your job. You don't get to, hey boss, look, not feeling too good today. Will you take a rain check? No, that's your fucking job. You got people relying on you for mental health help. You're going to say, hey, let's schedule an appointment. You know what? I'm just going to go. What? Oh my God. Bitches, y'all.
Literally gotten to the point where I'm like,
ooh, the level up man says, nope, not buying that for 1 second. She's projecting what she did onto her therapist. You want to know something? You want to know something? You know what? Level up, man. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think, yeah. I think she ghosted her therapist. I think she'd be in a bad way. Hey, let's make an appointment. She makes the appointment with the therapist and she ends up ghosting or not showing up because, well, she's just neurotic and erratic. So I agree with you. I don't believe, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Or level up man could be wrong. I don't think so. I don't believe for 1 second that her therapist ghosted her for 5 months at a time. You don't get ghosted by your therapist. Therapists get ghosted by their patients. So this woman wants us to believe that her therapist, a person she actually paid to be therapized with, makes appointments and is 30 minutes late. And where's the refund? No, she's lying. This is bullshit.
I am Captain Planet.
Yeah, this is bullshit. 100%. Jordan Royale with the $10 super chat says, I think her story is made up, Donovan. I think the therapist is just a mutual friend between her friend, that girl's boyfriend, and her. She's out of her mind. I agree. And you want to know something? I'll bet you this therapist is a family friend. This woman is probably a family friend. She's probably a family friend because they're such a fucked up family. Everybody's got drama and trauma going on. That's why she's her therapist, her sister's therapist, and her sister's boyfriend's therapist. No, there's conflict of interest there. A therapist cannot be your therapist if she knows that you are related to that person, especially if you're sexually involved with that person, as far as I know. Yeah, this is a lie. I don't believe this woman has ever been to therapy. I think she uses this therapy traumatized me as sort of a Ooh, therapy traumatized you. Oh, well. And look at her body posture. Look at her body posture. She's sitting, she's sitting like she's about to tell a story. Oh, here's my moment. I get to tell everyone something they've never heard before, that I was the one that was traumatized by a therapist. Bullshit. This is bullshit. If you were ghosted by your therapist, you'd have filed a lawsuit against her because that is theft of service. You have paid for services that have not been rendered. Bullshit. I don't buy it.
I'm going to therapy to talk to people and tell them how to, I'm trying to set boundaries with people, and I can't even set one with my therapist because she's traumatizing me. Yes, no, it's okay. So the problem is that's the problem with therapy. You're in therapy because you're struggling. So going out of my way to try to find a therapist, that's extra work. That's hard. So it just kind of sucks. But yeah, no, therapy traumatized me. So when people ask me, how do you really feel about it? I'm like, I've done a lot of self-work on my own, and I've done a lot of research. That's all you can really do for yourself is research. And I've just spent the past 4 years that she's been my therapist doing my own research and basically getting back together with her in 5 months' time and being like, this is what I learned on my own.
Getting back together with her in 5 months' time.
Thanks for briefing with me. Bye. See you in 5 months.
Okay.
Oh, that is bullshit. That's bullshit. That little story that she just told is bullshit. She says, yeah, I improved myself and I did all this research and then I got back with my therapist and says, hi, this is what I've learned. No, that's not what happened. That's not what that, no, she's bullshitting. She's talking about a family friend or an aunt or something like that. Somebody that she, honestly, it's probably a relative that she has an on-again, off-again relationship with because of her bitch babble and her drama. That's a bullshit story. 100%. That is bullshit. I would bet my life on it. I would bet my life on the fact that this woman's story is 148% made up. No doubt about it. Unbelievable. Like, bitches will say literally anything for attention.
General opinion on therapy, Sarah?
I've been going to therapy for a long time, and I don't think I was finally able to.
I've been going to therapy for a long time. Look, Sierra may low-key have a fat ass and curves, but where does Sierra belong, Devin?
She belongs to the streets.
What about you, Future?
She belongs to the streets.
All together now.
She belongs to the streets.
I remember when a woman joined Kevin Samuels' show, and she talked about the fact that she had been going to therapy. And he said, well, how long have you been in therapy? And she said 7 years. You want to know what Kevin's response was?
Oh, my God.
Sorry about that. This right here.
Oh, my God.
He said, oh, my God. That soundbite is literally the sound he told to that woman when she says, I've been in therapy for 7 years.
Oh, my God.
He said, oh, my God. And he looked at the camera like, whoa, what are we doing? What are we doing? So what the fuck is going on with Sierra?
To like get the benefits of it until I took the mindset of like listening to what she had to say, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. So like, you know, I think it depends what you're going to therapy for in the first place. Like if you're going to heal from, you know, your past trauma, or if you're dealing with things that are going on in your current day-to-day life, I think that also changes like how you're going to look at it too.
General opinion on therapy?
Honestly, man, Sierra's got future OnlyFans model written all over. She's got that Velma girl next door type of look to her. She's got a nice body and she goes to college.
I like therapy. I've been in therapy when I was like younger due to some circumstances, but also like I kind of just like sticked with it for a while, like growing up, because like I've just like felt like I've been through like some hardships in my life, and like I kind of wanted like an unbiased person to talk to. But recently, my therapist, I just felt like she really wasn't there for me. It was remote, and every time I was talking to her, I feel like she was just like online shopping or playing games. Like her eyes would just be like, yeah. Okay, yeah. And I was kind of just like,
I always wondered if those remote ones were shitty.
Oh,
some of the remote ones were so beneficial to me, especially during like COVID and stuff like that. Like I've had some good therapists, but like that one, I was kind of just like, and I felt it was really hard to break it off because my physician was like friends with her. She was like, oh, like go see her, she's great. And then when I would see my physician, she'd be asking me about her, so I kind of felt like really weird like breaking up with her. But like I know it's very natural to break up with therapists, so I kind of like ghosted her. And also like one thing that kind of like, bothered me is I had a great opportunity.
Yo, so the bitch wasn't doing her job, so she ghosted her. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yep, there we go. She goes to the therapist. That's funny as fuck.
Opportunity to work in the movie with you guys, and for a while she was kind of like pushing me not to do it.
Not to do the movie?
Yeah.
Would have fucking killed her.
You never told
I would have been like, fuck therapy.
Yeah, she was kind of like, you know, don't you think that could maybe like trigger you? And like I was kind of telling her like, but I'm here to like work through that with you, and also like I do have anxiety, and I try to never let my anxiety get in the way from like missing out on great opportunities. Like, I have it. I acknowledge that. Sometimes it really sucks, but like I try to never let it like overcome me. And like that was just also kind of one of the moments where I was like, I don't know if we're a good match. And ever since the movie, I have not seen her. I've been realizing like maybe I should go back to therapy just like to better myself.
That's funny. Her therapist told her not to do the movie. Why would her therapist encourage her not to do the movie? Like, dude, like, I've seen Kevin's movie. He sent me an advance copy. Like, I've watched the whole thing. It's a really, really, really good movie. And she is really good in that movie. Why would her therapist advise her not to do it? Theo Waff is in the house. Says, in memory of Red Pill Mike. Abso-fucking-lutely, man. Shout out to Red Pill Mike, man. Panda Trucker with the $1 super chat. Yeah, listen, man. YouTube is going to be playing games with my channel. That's just how it goes, guys.
In like some ways, but you know, I just like felt like we didn't really click my last therapist.
And see, like the first thing off the bat that I disagree with about that is she was telling you to choose fear.
Yes.
She was.
Yeah.
It was, you know, like when you go through intense shit, And then we're all filmmakers and actors. Sometimes you use intense shit when we're in an intense role, because when you're in that scenario, acting is not like pretending you're there. You're kind of living it.
Yeah.
She did that and fucking killed it as a first-time actress. Had she not fucking done that?
Guys, like when the movie comes out, dude, shout out to Caroline. She was really, really, really good in Rerouted, man. Like real shit.
That would have been nuts. I mean,
I mean, the only thing sorry. So the only thing that actually kind of like came out of that therapist is like she's the one who like pushed me to like reach out to Rocky in the first place.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Well, there it is. There it is. Rocky, dude. So her current therapist actually told her to reach out to Rocky. Well, there you go. That's a good therapist.
Like, I don't think we could be friends. I want to bring up, so you mentioned breaking up with therapist, and that's completely normal because a relationship, you're basically having a relationship with this person. Yeah. And like, I said I want like non-biased opinion. So to counteract Hayes' opinion, I think that you having one bad therapist experience and saying that you hate therapy is like dating one bad guy and saying I hate
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. There it is, dude. There it is. Oh, my God.
I feel like you can't relate.
That's me.
The thing is
Yeah, at least she admits
I
it.
want to be a therapist, and I've had a good experience with a therapist, and I had a bad experience with a therapist.
You have multiple.
Wait, what's that?
Exactly. And so that's the thing of like, I feel like a lot of people go into the field and they're like, well, I'm going to be making money.
Is Walter in here?
I'm just going to sit there and talk to people. And they don't actually think of like the depth of it. Like going through the classes that I go through, you learn it's a lot more than just baseline. And I feel like it's like just like, oh, you had this fear, don't face it. Yeah. But like that's not.
Yeah, right. Jay Blaze said Caroline was really cool to see me. Yeah, Caroline was very, very cool. Caroline is, I've actually met her a couple of times. Her and Rocky and Kevin came through Philly. We were at the we were doing a live stream, and we kind of met up with them and had something to eat.
How it is, and there's like a deeper rooted like to it, and have to go farther back than just like the baseline of whether to do the movie or not. You know what I mean?
All right, gang, I gotta get to a super chat, and then I want to read.
Did Noelle just make sense there? Did Noelle just make sense there? I'll be damned.
Iterate my main theme. What do we got, Luca?
So we got a 65 Swedish krone donation from Push Fred.
What does that mean?
It's the Swedish currency.
Hey, what's up, Sweden?
Hey.
Support for the boys. Great to see you back. RPL t-shirt, my first pick for
From Sweden, huh? I wonder if Molina had anything to do with that.
the gym. Blessings from Sweden.
Hey, appreciate it. That RPL t-shirt feel good in the gym, right? I cut
gym
the
gear
sleeves off mine, man.
And we got one more from Siege D. Another one. He's a $5 donation. He said, "Okay, how about if he was T-boned at an intersection?
Oh, for crying out loud!
But still able to walk it off."
Oh my God! Jesus
pretty
Christ.
tailored to you. Just saying.
The same shit, guys. The guy gets in a fucking, he gets in a fucking car accident. Wait, he got his arm cut
This
off.
fucking guy is
What does that mean,
killing
last
me.
week? Of course, I'm thinking about Def Leppard, but that's the only motherfucker that got his arm.
Def Leppard.
So, I mean, that's different.
Fucking Samo, dude. Def Leppard. Very nice.
Can I read one more from a holder chat?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, and guys, Red Pill Lions holders, if you tip us, we appreciate that. You don't have to. That's part
In
of
the
what you
Discord,
bought into.
there's a free
The
super
Discord.
chat.
Y'all are free.
Yeah, Devin in the chat says therapy is a tool to use to get you through a hard time. It's not a solution to dealing with your own quote unquote personality.
Super chats for life.
Somebody said they were like, it's basically kind of like the same scenario with the car, but they said if you saw your man get beat up in a fight, would that make you less attracted to him?
Yes, it would.
I've really thought about that.
Yes.
Like,
He
get
lost
their
the fight.
ass kicked.
I've really thought about that.
Like, he
None of you
started
thought
it.
about that? I'm like, that's so embarrassing. Like, I no, like, okay, like, I would just
Thank you.
because I don't know, like, it would. Okay, it depends on what man it is. If I'm really into him, like, I'm in love with him.
Yes,
I'd
you're
be
in
like,
love. That's the
I'll
scenario.
jump in. I'll fight for you.
3-year relationship. No,
Okay.
don't
Oh.
ever jump in. No, but
I would.
that's your protector.
Don't. Oh God, here she goes. Well, I would jump in and help. No. Oh God, Tay, you would not jump in. You would not. Look, I've been in a lot of fights. I'll tell you what, I'm undefeated. I am undefeated. I've only lost 3 fights in my whole life. And fortunately for me, I was never curb stomped in any of them. The guy just got the better of me. I was never really worse for the wear. He got me. It was what it was. Maybe maybe some bruised ribs, maybe a fat lip or a busted nose, right? But if you have ever been in a fight in a public setting, the first thing women do is not jump in. I am undefeated in fights against dudes whose girlfriend was there or a girl they were trying to impress or fucking. I really fucked those dudes up. And you want to know something? Even the most seemingly ride or die bitches, do you know what women do when a fight breaks out between two men? They start to scream. Anyone who has ever been in a street fight, the one constant is that if there are women there, and 9 times out of 10 there are, they all scream because they cannot believe the level of violence that is being displayed before them. I would jump in, but no, you wouldn't. You would be absolutely shocked at the violence you are witnessing because you are a woman. You're not jumping in. That sounds all cutesy and all right. No. If I get into a fight in front of Devin, I want her as far away as humanly possible. If I get my ass kicked, have the bag of peas ready for me when I get home. If I win the fight, go get my bail money in the safe. But don't jump in. Ay, ay, ay. Mike Hawk has been gifted. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Mike Hawk gifted a membership to Rob. At Rob to welcome him to the TSR family. Rob, if you would, put your age and location in the chat. Let's continue.
No, I would jump in.
Stop the phone. Hold on 1 second. Sierra, how tall are you?
God, here we go.
5'1". Okay, yeah, so that's
right.
I wanted to ask you. Same scenario. Your man that you're in love with gets his ass beat in front of you. Are you a little less attracted to him? Are you disappointed?
Of course.
Yeah, especially if you're starting the fight.
What if he didn't start the fight, but he just couldn't finish it?
Like, what if someone like smacked your ass and he was supposed to like come in and fight?
Okay, yeah, if you're defending me, like if the intention is like good, then yeah. But if you're gonna start a fight, then you should probably finish it.
Okay.
Well, because I was gonna say, like, if it's over like a fucking parking spot and you get your ass beat, I'm like, are you okay? And I feel bad for you. But if it's over something that's like in the moment you were doing that to protect me and you got your ass beat, I wouldn't leave you, but I would kind of rethink some things. Like,
There you go.
This person really keep me safe.
There you go. There it is. There it is. There it is, man. There it is. Oh my God. Rob, you are from Broken Arrow? Unbelievable. Rob, I went to Altus High School in 1992. And I've been to Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, for baseball. Yeah, we played Broken Arrow. We played him at Broken Arrow, and then we had another tournament at Hobart. Rob is only 24, so Rob, if you're 24, I don't know, you're from Oklahoma, you might be aware of a dude from Mangum, Oklahoma by the name of Braden Looper. He ended up winning 2 World Series as a reliever with the Marlins and the Cardinals. I had an at-bat against Braden Looper. He struck me out on 3 pitches, and I'm not really sure I saw any one of them.
Right. Basically, it's some of y'all might not know how much that would wither your attraction to a man because it's mostly subconscious. Consciously, you're probably thoughtful enough to be like, it's just an unfortunate situation.
There you go.
Subconsciously, which leads to how your body follows your subconscious. That sex is going to be a little less steamy next session. Because that's just a dude that's supposed to protect you. And
he's right.
Famously, there was a female fighter that was on Joe Rogan, and she was like, I was watching my ex in a UFC.
Oh, yeah.
Ass beat, and it killed my attraction to him. And Joe pushed it, and she said it wasn't that he lost, it's the way he lost. He lost like a pussy. She's like, you got to go down
Yeah, he was getting hit. And his hands were stiff in front of him. That's because he had a concussion. I mean, fair or unfair, if your woman witnesses you getting a concussion from somebody else, even in that setting, women don't give a fuck about circumstances or what's fair or what's not. Did you get your ass beat? Yes or no? That's how it is.
Because he's fighting the best fighters in the world.
Yeah, right. But he's fighting the best fighters in the world, but she's a fighter too. So there's that relative.
The other person on the
that's a chick that fights this grappling girl.
Oh, she fights.
There you go. There it is.
Can I retract my statement real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Retract your statement? Are we backpedaling already?
Okay. I want to specify what I mean by like it's embarrassing. I'm just thinking about like
REI 12 Figure says, damn, 3 pitches, bro. What was I supposed to do? Man? It's fucking Braden Looper. This kid is throwing 97 miles an hour. Thank you. The kid is throwing 97 miles an hour, man. Come on. Oh, fuck.
If he knows how
Lighten up.
How he looks when he's fighting. Like it's real specific. But if somebody looks goofy while they're getting beat up, I don't want to be with them. Like, I don't
There you go.
You ever seen the dudes post up like this?
Right.
With their hands up?
If he's goofy,
Oh my God.
he's getting beat up, I feel some type of way. But if obviously he's looking good,
It just wasn't
he's
his day.
getting sweaty, but it's not his day, I still want him. You know what I mean? Like it depends on if he's got the awkward moves, he doesn't know how to throw a punch. Like I'm all set because I know how to throw a punch. So I know how to beat.
Oh my God. I know how to throw a punch. No, you don't. You don't know how to throw a punch? Watch out for Tay, y'all. She knows how to throw a punch.
More than you do. I can't be with you.
Yeah, the first time I faced Braden Looper was the first time I saw anything over 90. That was the first time I ever saw anything over 80 miles an hour. And Braden Looper threw 95. The first pitch he threw, it looked like it disappeared from his hand and into the catcher's mitt. I saw his arm go up and I saw him throw something, but I did not see the projectile coming in my direction. The only reason I knew that a pitch had been thrown is because the catcher's mitt. Whoa, wait, huh?
If he was fighting and he slipped and fell.
Luca, come on, bro.
How
God.
much more unattractive would you be to him?
It's just.
I mean,
If he was fighting good, he looked good
Okay.
fighting and all that, but he slipped. Then what?
okay, like I mean, if it was like, I don't know, it really would depend. That could be an ick, but it depends. I'd have to. It would depend.
All right, so word for the wise for all the younger men watching is
Learn how to fight.
Learn, yes.
Fucking shotgun at school. Learn how to fucking defend yourself.
Thank you.
I started taking fighting classes like the hotter women that I started dating because when the girls got hotter, I just started realizing my time is coming. You're not going to walk around in public at fucking 5'7" and you know, especially and these days people like to fuck with you. The more jacked you are,
Wait, what?
They're like, because they used to pick on the weak. Now they're like, why does this dude think he's hot shit? And I'll fuck your bitch. And my day is coming. So I was like,
Yeah, he's right. He's right. He's right. Dude, no one's really tried me in a while. You know,
I gotta start taking this shit a little bit more seriously. But listen, back to the therapy. Therapy was just a way to kind of set it off. Just saying, women are almost into these conversations about self-healing and all these things, and self-love and therapy as almost like a hobby. Then there's like all the chick crack that comes along with it, what guys call chick crack, which is like astrology and female specific spirituality.
Men with kids,
which is instead of like praising God in a way,
drug dealers.
praise yourself. They just don't state it that way. It's like you are everything that could be. You just have to discover it within yourself. All these kind of things, right? Okay, good. I'm glad I'm already starting to get those looks because because I want the honest answer. So
there it is. Let's go.
Self-work. I don't really believe anybody is doing true self-work anymore. I think people are turning to self-worship in order to try to overcome their problems. Are y'all turning to self-worship?
Hey, Master IC Victory says, watching my son practice karate right now. That's good. But maybe you need to steer your kid towards, like, jujitsu. Maybe. Like karate, okay, all right. You know, maybe get him into Muay Thai boxing. The two things you need to learn how to do to fight, you need to learn to box, you need to learn how to wrestle. If you can box and wrestle, you'll be all right. Ooh.
To try to conquer your demons without realizing.
Yo, I just pressed play on my actual remote control thinking that it would... Oh my God, Jesus, I'm getting old.
If you don't know what that means, this would mean, like I was saying about my friend's therapist, that like you're struggling and you don't feel so great about yourself or things aren't working and you're reminding yourself that you're like a fearless bad bitch, that you are like the incredible eternal feminine and like all this like self-praise type of shit. Hey, you look like you're thinking. I mean, you know what I'm talking about here? Is this what people are doing instead of true self-work?
Okay, well, I can't. So I think there are a lot of people that there is a difference between selfishness and selflessness, right? So like when I'm competing.
Oh shit, he's a purple belt. All right, cool. All right, good shit.
With myself.
Probably kick my ass at my old age.
I don't compete with other people, and everybody should be competing with themselves because at the end of the day, like you came into this world by yourself, you're leaving this world by yourself. And at the end, I did have a student when I was teaching. He brought up something that it really made me think. He was like, "When I die, doesn't that mean the world ends?" Because in theory, yeah, you're in charge of your own body. This is your temple. So as like cracky as that sounds, it is true. Like this is.
Oh, okay. I guess. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, Dork31 says karate's good because it's brawling and karate's focuses on taking. All right. Well, never mind. It shows what I know. Shit, my bad. And the kid's a purple belt. So like I said, you probably kick my ass.
My temple, this is my power. And like, you know, spirituality is something that's really important for me. And especially like, it seems like it's not real or it doesn't work. But I'll tell you today, I manifested so many things and so many great things happened to me just today. Just because I woke up and said, I deserve this. Not because I'm better than anybody, but because I'm worthy of it. Because I'm enough.
You're worthy and you're enough. But how do you know that? See, guys, this is the problem. This is the problem with modern women. They think they deserve something simply because they exist. American women are the only people in the world who have the privilege of thinking they deserve something for simply existing. I was born, therefore I'm worth it. This is not a masculine mindset. Men don't think, well, I exist, so I deserve. No, that's a feminine mindset. Only modern American women think they deserve the world simply for existing. You don't deserve anything. You deserve what you earn.
Because I was born good enough. I was born worthy. And that's spirituality for me.
But hold on one second, Eden. And so what is it like to worship yourself like that? Tell me about that.
I wouldn't say I worship myself. I value myself.
Dorkster says, yeah, BJJ is mad because you don't want to be on the floor in public. That's how you get your head kicked in by some random. Oh, no. See, now that's where I disagree. And I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to make fun of you, but if you've ever been in a fight, like every fight I've ever been in went to the ground at some point. Every single one of them. Every single fight that I have ever been in has gone to the ground at some point. When you are fighting someone in public, you are going to go to the ground in public. That's just how that goes. Secondhand Truth says, where's my manifested 69 billion? Right? DJ Uagalele committed to Florida State. Don't they have Jordan Travis? Damn.
I respect myself. I don't put myself in situations where people are going to. I don't sit at a table where people talk shit about me. I don't sit at
here we go.
a table where people devalue who I am.
Here we go.
I sit at a
Snowflake
table where
alert.
They see me, they see who I am, what I have to bring, and they value that because I value it. So
What do you bring, though? What do you bring? See, again, this is all just very nebulous. I'm worth it. I know what exactly do you bring that people value?
I wouldn't say it's self-worship. It's more like I'm secure in myself because I think there's a lot of people walking around this world right now.
No, that's self-worship, sweetheart. When you say that I'm good because I exist, yeah, that's self-worship, sweetie.
Who are very insecure, and they mistake. I mean, it's the same thing with outside religion. You know what I mean? You're choosing to worship, a God who's going to come and save you, but that's not going to happen. It's got to be in here. It's got to be the work in here. You're the only one that can save yourself. It's not. I don't think it's self-worship. I think it's self-realization and self-actualization with it.
Oh, Jordan Travis has no more eligibility. Okay. Jordan Travis doesn't have any eligibility? Oh, that's bad because, dude, he just had a gruesome injury. Oh, that dude. Well, listen, he's got NIL money, and I know he's probably got an insurance policy taken out. So, okay, all right.
Is
Damn.
Maslow's hierarchy of needs, so it is a scientific thing, and that is a very interesting concept. But once you've gotten all your psychological needs, your physiological needs, you are able to get up to a point where you're self-actualizing, and you are able to see that, you're good enough.
So my question is, why does this seem to be such a female-specific thing? In the
Thank you.
Where we don't bat an eye at a woman saying she woke up one day with all the problems that she has and all the flaws that she has, and decided that she's great by looking herself in the mirror and telling herself that she's great and she deserves the world because she's that great. Whereas if a man woke up and just decided he's great because he's excellent, it's
you get laughed at.
And it is. You can't tell me that if I walked around here like I just decided that I'm great and I deserve the world because I'm me, especially with the muscles and tattoos and the douchey appearance to go along with it, y'all wouldn't be like, get the fuck out.
It'd be cocky and you have a big ego, is what people.
But you see that, right?
And you see the twinkle in her eyes when she said that. You'd be cocky and a big ego. Ding, ding. Pick me, Kevin.
Don't agree. If you texted me.
You don't agree. Oh, my God. Oh, this bitch.
You texted me, and you were just like, I woke up today and I had this elated sense of self, and I'm feeling really positive. Because sometimes I wake up and I will literally text someone that, and I'll be like, today's the day. Things are happening. If you text me that.
Why are things happening? Now, like, I could understand if you woke up feeling optimistic because you knew you were going to take action, right? If you knew that you were going to go to the gym to train for an hour and a half, then you were going to hit the ice tub, then you were going to hit the sauna, then later on you were going to meet one of your friends to talk about a project that you're working on. Well, then yeah, you can wake up and be like, yeah, things are going to happen. I got a good workout. I'm gonna go work out. I'm gonna hit the sauna. I'm gonna hit the ice tub. I'm gonna work out. But you can't just say things are happening just because you woke up.
I'll be happy for you. Genuinely.
But genuinely, what's the difference between that? But you see that, right?
I don't agree. If you
don't see that?
texted me and you were just like, I woke up today and had this elated sense of self and I'm feeling really positive, because sometimes I wake up and I will literally text someone that and I'll be like, today's the day. Things are happening. If you text me that, I will be happy for you. Genuinely.
But genuinely, what's the difference between that? And this is a psychological point.
Not only that, this girl don't give a fuck about anybody herself. I would be happy for you genuinely. No, you wouldn't.
Person before I
girls are selfish.
And then I realized how that rubs blue pill cats. If you're not on that shit.
What happened to the
like happy wife, happy life, like, oh, another day. This is almost a psychology conversation. What is the difference between that and narcissism?
Ooh.
Okay, this is good. I like this. Narcissism.
This is good. I like this. Oh boy, here we go. She just likes to argue. Yeah, Mr. Pitt says, yep, your ground game needs to be strong. Ask every MMA fighter ever. Yep. King Love says, I'm trained in BJJ and best believe if you don't have a good ground game, you will get beat down. Yes, listen, I have fought guys who are better strikers than I was, but because I'm very good at sort of anticipating what someone's going to do, just because when you fight, when you've been in as many fights as I have, you kind of figure it out the hard way. You take him to the ground. All of a sudden, whoa, that big right cross he just missed with, he can't really do anything while he's on the ground getting his ass beat. Jamal says, any new movie breakdowns coming soon? Yes, on Saturday we will be continuing Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Appreciate that.
Well, my mother's a narcissist, right? She cannot put herself in other people's shoes, right? So when
her mother is a narcissist, she cannot put herself in other people's shoes. That's not what a narcissist is. That's not what a narcissist is. That's just someone who's selfish.
she walks around and the way she interacts with the world, the way she talks to people, talks down to people, right? That doesn't affect her. She doesn't see other people's perspective, right? When I walk around doing the
Your mother's not a narcissist, Tay. Your mother's a bitch. Dude, I swear to God, girls are so. I swear to God, narcissism is one of the most common brands of shaming language there is. Anyone who has a little bit of confidence, oh, they must be a narcissist. This girl, who I think is probably mentally ill to some degree, at least, she's probably, I can guarantee you, if you have called more than one person in your life a narcissist, chances are you're a narcissist. You want to know why? Because it takes one to know one. I can guarantee her mother is probably not even the second person she's called a narcissist. She doesn't even know what the fuck it means. There it is. Taiki, she's solipsistic. Yeah, she's a solipsistic bitch. Come on, man, narcissist.
The work for myself, you know, and working on myself and forgiving myself, I can walk around and forgive other people, put myself in other people's shoes, empathize with other people, and still have a great sense of self. Narcissists do have a very elated sense of self, but it's not necessarily positive. Narcissism, it's
not necessarily positive. For who? The narcissist? Oh my God, this bitch.
There's no empathy with narcissism. That's the only difference, because I have borderline personality, right? So I have a elated sense of empathy.
I'm sorry?
Do have a very elated sense of self, but it's not necessarily positive. Narcissism, there's no empathy with narcissism. That's the only difference, because I have borderline personality, right? So I have.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. She has borderline personality disorder. Holy fucking shit. Not holy shit. Holy fucking shit. You can't make this shit up, y'all. I didn't know this girl from a hole in the wall. And listen, dude, I've listened to this bitch talk for what? Half an hour? And figured that out? Of course you have borderline personality disorder. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus, gentlemen. Avoid women like this at all costs. This woman will destroy your life. She's going to destroy her life. But if you hang around women like this, they're going to destroy your life too. Oh my God.
Empathy. Narcissists lack.
Yeah, Roadblock 85 says she is a world-class crazy person. Dude. Oh.
Lack empathy. Right? They know how you're feeling, but they lack the ability to be like, you know, I'm talking like shit to you, and I can understand why you feel like that's shitty the way I'm talking. No, they're like, I don't understand why you feel that way. Like, I'm sorry that you're offended. Not, I'm sorry I offended you. I'm sorry that you're offended. Right? There's a difference. It's all these minute little like small things, but it's the language, it's the way people hold themselves. Right? I don't walk around, like I said, I don't think I'm better than anybody. I think that we're all just as good as each other. We all have potential to do amazing things. If we stop worrying about like if I'm better than you, you're better than me, we can work together and start making like real change on the things. Because at the end of the day, there's no. For me personally, I don't think there's a red side, a blue side. There's a human side, right? There's forces outside coming in, and sorry, kind of got.
No, you're fine. No,
yeah,
I mean, it's nicely put together.
Yeah, sorry. No,
is she done?
Sierra, any thoughts about that? And don't be shy, especially if you disagree. Get right.
Fucking hell, man.
Do we try to line between self-love and narcissistic self-worship?
I think that for me personally,
Jay Blaze says this woman is a black flag, dude. It's over.
Like I don't necessarily believe in the whole like self-worship thing. Like
you want to know what the saddest part is? Is that she's not attractive. Listen, if she were hot, at least you'd get something out of the deal. But goddamn, the bitch is crazy and she's ugly. You got a double whammy there.
I think that it's different to like take care of yourself and have
that's
respect
self-care.
for yourself. Right.
Thank you.
Between that and people who take it to the extent of like, oh, like I'm the best person in the room. Like that almost like confidence versus cocky. I feel like.
Okay.
So it's a fine line.
Right, but I feel like. Merch. It shouldn't necessarily matter if you're self-worshiping or self-care as long as it doesn't get to a point where it's affecting other people negatively.
Okay, and then the thing I want to add to that is you struggle with borderline?
Yes.
Depression?
Oh my God.
From time to time at least?
Oh.
It's gotten better because borderline is not inherent. You're not born with borderline.
Yeah, I know, borderline.
No shit, Sherlock.
That's a very
it's not bipolar,
thing, right?
It's different. So
yeah,
you cannot grow out of it, but you can move yourself away from it.
That's a tricky thing. Okay, but would you say you deal with depression?
Yes.
Would you say you deal with anxiety?
Yes.
Would you say you're constantly working on how to balance your fears?
Oh my God.
Yes, but I've gotten better with all of those things. Simply.
Stop the cap.
No, you haven't. I've gotten better with all those things. There is precious little evidence of such on the screen I am looking at right now. This bitch is all the way crazy. She is all the way crazy.
Simply with the mindset of that I'm worthy. Because I saw this video and it was like, if I, instead of rejecting my fears, if I accept them, then I won't be creating that polarity.
Here we go. Here we go.
All the time, there's always going to be an equal opposite reaction. So if I'm constantly saying, "Oh, I'm too much. I reject the fact that I love so hard. Like now I'm, I'm not going to get what I want." But if I accept that about myself and I love that about myself, now I'm going to attract the people that are going to love me so much.
But let me ask a sincere question. This is not a dig. This is a sincere question. Have you ever been depressed? You're going through it. You're dealing with anxiety. Nothing is working, and tried to tell yourself this self-love rhetoric that, like, you know what? No matter how I'm feeling, I'm great. I'm worthy of everything. I'm this divine feminine being, and I know my own worth, and I'm special and excellent. And you tell yourself all those positive, reconfirming things. And have you ever experienced telling yourself that during hard times, and then coming apart and being like, I don't even believe my own bullshit. Like, it's not helping. I'm still depressed.
Absolutely.
I think everybody's felt that. It's like, look themselves in the mirror, like, nah, you got it. Yeah. I don't got it, man.
Well, at least she's keeping it real.
Who can confirm? Who can remind you? Right? There's people like Mari. She's one of those people.
Wait, what?
Depressed.
Absolutely.
I think everybody's felt that. It's like, look themselves in the mirror, like, nah, you got it. Yeah. I don't got it, man. What the fuck am I saying? I don't got it. Like,
but then you reach out to people who can confirm, who can remind you, right?
There it is. This woman is an emotional burden on her friends. She's an emotional burden on the people that know her, namely the one she called her therapist. Guys, look, man, look. I'm trying to think of maybe I can come up with something. Just stay with me.
Like Mari, she's one of those people for me when I forget who I am. Like, I can go to her and be like, I'm having a rough time. And then sure.
Guys, now if you were to ask this woman if she had high self-esteem, her answer would be, well, yes, I have very high self-esteem, right? We know she doesn't have high self-esteem. You want to know why? Because she's getting her self-esteem from somebody else. She has to have someone remind her of who she is. That is the very definite. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry about that. That is the very definition. Sorry about that. That is the very definition of self-esteem. Self-esteem comes from self. So if you were to ask this woman, do you have high self-esteem? She would say, well, yes, I have high self-esteem. But here she is telling us if she ever wakes up on a day where she's not really feeling it, she'll call up one of her friends to give her one of these affirmations. I'm sorry, I thought this was supposed to be self-esteem. I don't know. Listen, everybody operates differently. But me, I don't need to give myself a pep talk in the mirror every morning. I don't need to give myself a pep talk in the mirror every morning. I just don't. I don't need it. Because I already know what my mission is. I already know who I am. I already know what I am. I've never been the dude who has to, all right, let me get myself psyched up. No. Like, I know what the mission at hand is. I'm not going to make a big fucking deal out of it. It's just, this is not how I work. It's not how I operate.
Remind me I'm that bad bitch, right?
Did she say bad bitch? Oh my God.
So it all boils down to, so with this attitude, it all boils down to being told you're a bad bitch.
There you go.
Okay.
This is what confuses me. You go through hard times, you deal with trials and tribulations.
Why do women want to be bad bitches? Why don't you just want to be a good woman? Huh? Say it with me, ladies. I'm a good woman. Doesn't that feel so much better than I'm a bad bitch? I don't want a bad bitch. I want a good woman. I do not want to be romantically involved with an unruly female dog. Sorry. I would like to be in a relationship with a woman who is fit, feminine, friendly, and faithful. A bad bitch. Jesus, the bad bitch culture. Oh, that's the new BBC, huh?
And to make a woman feel better, like, opt right to reminding her that she's a bad bitch.
Well, okay, that's the simplified version, right? But like
now she's gonna go. That's the simplified version. Oh, okay. Well, there's more to it. All right.
I have a lot of accomplishments, right? That's a Gen Z way.
You have a lot of accomplishments. Like what? Like what? You ghosted your therapist. That's an accomplishment. You've got 13 illegitimate brothers and sisters. That's an accomplishment. You got tattoos. That's an accomplishment. You have borderline personality disorder. This girl hasn't accomplished anything. Gentlemen, this is literally just talk. And women like her, they get the rudest of awakenings because they don't understand that they ain't getting what they don't deserve. You want to know something? I'm going to do something here. Watch this. I think we need to start really paying attention to the girls sitting on the couch next to her, because this has taken an unexpected turn. I expected Noelle. I fully expected Noelle to be the one to make a complete fool of herself. She does not need to do that anymore. She doesn't need to do it no more. Because this girl will tell you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up another window on the screen. I'm going to open up another window on the screen. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Watch this. Give me a second. Because I want you guys to see. There it is. Perfect. So watch this. A little bit of movie magic here for you. Oh, how about that, huh? Man, how is Donovan able to do this? Because I'm good like that. Watch this. I want to key in on these two girls. I want to key in on these two girls and their facial expressions while this woman is talking. Because I really want to see, I really want us to pay attention to their reaction. I really want to pay attention to their reaction. So here we go.
Way of saying it. I'm a bad bitch, but the simple way is I'm accomplished. Even though like I have those days where I'm like I suck, everything sucks. But am I feeding myself? Do I have a roof over my head?
Look at Noelle. Look at Noelle. Noelle's like, really, bitch? And look at the airhead in the middle. She's like, what?
Yeah. So yeah, it sucks right now. It sucks. I feel like I suck. But I just need a second, and I might need a little bit.
Yo, Noelle looks pissed off at this girl.
Might need someone, but I'm still able to remember that, especially because every day the dialogue in my head.
Yo, Noelle is killing me.
So I have that to fall back on. It's in my subconscious.
Yo, look at these two bitches.
Say, I'm good enough. Life is okay. So like I can, even when I have those moments where I slip, subconsciously I can.
Oh my God.
Segue into me.
Oh my God.
Rating my main point, and then I'll get to you because I haven't really got to drive it home yet. So every struggle you have in life, you deal with through self-love, which I call self-worship. Some
Right.
may think it's bad. Some may think it's not. I'm a little bit more traditionally religious, so I don't believe in the
This
worship
is
of self.
fucking
I believe in the worship of
hilarious,
God,
dude.
and if you don't believe there's a God in the sky, that would be the worship of morals. So when you try to overcome all your problems by reconfirming to yourself that you are great and excellent and everything about you is so overwhelmingly positive, I would suggest, do you think that might be why women are so difficult in relationships? Because what if we were together and you're creating problems, but you've solved every problem you ever had by reminding yourself that you're this incredible being. How am I going to counteract that?
Wow. Very, very good question.
Dudes are dealing with.
I'm not perfect, right? And if I'm in a relationship with you and I really care about you, right? And I'm not just in a relationship because I want to be in one and say I am.
Okay, look, I gotta make these girls the main event. I'm sorry. These girls are winning me over. They're winning me over, dude. Shout out to Noelle and the Airhead, man, because these bitches are like, this is guys, what you guys are about to see, I'm assuming, is because women are never going to verbally call out another woman on their bullshit. Okay? Never, ever, ever, Jethro, Rayfro, I'm going to time you out. Because we don't panhandle here. Okay? We don't panhandle here. I'm going to time you out for 5 minutes. Don't come in here. Don't do that. I appreciate you being in here, but don't do that, man.
Right? Your opinion matters. What you have to say matters. How I affect you matters. And because I'm able to empathize.
My God, look at these women.
I haven't had too many relationships, right? But the one relationship I had, it was really serious. It was really deep. And I mean, if I did something the wrong way, or I said something.
Oh my God. Yo, the Airhead is like, what in the fuck is happening? Look at Noelle. Guys, this is I'm confused here. You guys know I'm the body language and the breakdown master. I don't understand why Noelle is looking like she wants to kill somebody. Is it because she knows somebody give me some insight here.
We were young, so like obviously we're constantly saying things that we shouldn't, right?
Did you have a relationship like this past like 6 months? 6 months ago?
Uh-oh.
You referring to something
No.
like from when you were a kid when you just had a relationship? recently?
That's actually, well, no, so I went and saw this guy.
Oh my God.
Oh
my God. These
Right.
bitches are
Yeah,
so
no, I
done.
Okay.
But sorry, I got distracted. I gotta reel it back.
Okay. Any other?
I wonder what she said to old girl.
Comments on what I'm talking about here when you worship yourself in order to get through your problems.
This is so funny. Women will never verbally call each other out on their bullshit. but their body language sure will. Their body language sure will, dude. What?
Reconfirm to yourself that you're excellent and special. So
this is great.
You're made perfect.
See, my ideas of that isn't like, I feel like a lot of people have transformed it into, well, it's about me and like I'm just here and I'm just like this beautiful human being and like I'm like, you know, and I think it's more about facing your, well, when I'm working on myself, it's more like facing my problems and the things that I've dealt with and reflecting on the things that I did wrong. And I feel like that's my self-work. I don't look in the mirror and go like, you're her, like you're that bitch.
So you don't do the self-love thing?
I mean,
Sierra, and you said you don't do the self-love thing.
Not to the extent that I think you're talking about.
Yeah, I think like when I think about like self-love of myself, it's like looking back on the things that I have dealt with and being proud of how I dealt with that situation. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, I think, like when there is an issue, and like I brought it up last time when I was with that guy, and like we had different ideals.
Yeah, I remember that.
Gone through it and felt bad and be like, well, like, you know, it'll work out in itself, and I could have been selfish just to have that person to go to, but I cut it off because we had different ideals, we had different morals, we had.
Okay, now she lost me. She cut it off because she found somebody else, guys. She found somebody else. So what she was talking about fundamentally, I agree with. But then when she actually puts it into action, like practical knowledge, it just doesn't. Well, that's so what she just said was actually very wise, being introspective and self-aware. She didn't dump this other guy because of her self-awareness. She dumped another guy because she was fucking another guy. Oh, yeah.
Had different, like, and that wasn't fair to either of us. So I look back on that and I'm proud of what I did for myself and that other person.
Fundamentally, I agree with it. Practically, she's full of shit. So I'll give credit where credit's due.
Does it make sense?
Yeah, it is. Okay, I still want to stay on that, but actually, can you swing that mic all the way over to Luca and Mark swing the mic to you? Actually, forget your notes for a second because I have something that's really great to ask the two Christians in the room, or at least probably the most hardcore Christians in the room, Mark and Luca. So can you guys see what I'm getting at here? Worship of God, whether you actually believe there's a God in the sky or...
Now, you guys know I'm not the most religious person in the world, but after the last podcast, I actually shot him a text message, man. I shot him a text message. I said, hey, man, I'm not the most religious guy in the world, but hey, man, like, I commend you for finding something. You know what I mean? Like, I commend you for finding a community that you jive with, that you identify with. So, hey, you know, like, I'm never going to down somebody because they're a Christian or because they found God or found Jesus, you know? So, and Mark's a young guy. Shout out to him, man. He could be up to his neck in debauchery and all that, but he's choosing to follow God. I'm not mad at that. Hell, I'd rather deal with someone who has some sort of religious structure than maybe someone who doesn't. I don't know. So shout out to Mark, man.
It's just worship of like biblical morals or morals of any.
Oh, there's Mark. He's like, yes, sir. He's ready.
God, but it's either the worship of God or the worship of morals versus the worship of self. You guys already know from a biblical context because you guys are those dudes why worship of self is.
Oh my God. Josu Rodriguez says accept Ruslan. Oh my God. Ruslan is. Ugh. Ruslan means well. He really does. But Ruslan are he's the baby boomer parent that tells you to take a woman flowers on the first date. I don't dislike Ruslan because I think his heart's in the right place. He's just giving out bad information.
To be negative. Do you guys have anything to say to that?
I say,
yeah, Rob says, I'm not religious, man, but I can respect and I'm even a bit envious of someone finding a higher power and belief system. Guys, I'm gonna tell you what, man, not to get all religious on you, but I would give anything to feel the way I used to feel about God and Jesus and the Bible. Like, I'd give anything to feel that way again. I just don't. It just, like, I wish I could get that feeling back.
I got believing in yourself over self-love. And I say that because although believing in yourself makes it easier to practice believing in a higher power, like you said on your CME speech, you have to prove to yourself, prove to your psyche certain things. So prove to yourself that you can believe, but not being like so full of yourself that it's like they said, I'm the bad bitch aspect. But Luke, you got anything to say on that?
Yeah, I don't think you should worship yourself because humans were just not designed to get praise from anybody, especially your own self. And the definition of Satanism is self-worship.
Is that actually definitionary?
Whoa!
Punch that in. The definition of...
I'm gonna look that up. The definition of... Wait, what did he say?
Were just not designed to get praise from anybody, especially your own self. And the definition of Satanism is self-worship.
Is that actually definition?
The definition of Satanism is self-worship. Hold on. It says the materialistic systems of beliefs based on personal freedom that has Satan as the central figure. Oh, okay. Maybe that was a biblical Maybe that was a biblical, a biblical reference.
Punch that in.
Damn.
The definition of Satanism.
Self-worship.
Self-worship is Satan. Damn.
Biblical teachings without being a cat that always goes back over the Bible, just something that always stuck in the back of my head. It's like the same way sexual sin always stuck in the back of my head. I never went over whatever passage talks about that, but in the back of my head, if I was like,
Right. REI 12 figure says, I'm a Christian man. I can't stand men like Ruslan. I know. I mean, like, I know he means well. I don't think he's a bad guy at all. I think he's a good dude. He's married. He has a kid. He wants to spread the word. I'm good with that, but he's just not that knowledgeable.
Probably shouldn't be doing this.
He's out of date. Out of date.
That's why it gets you all fucked up in the head and all those emotions and chemicals that go off. That's why.
Right. So Satan, Rack, you got that?
Yeah, but sometimes I think believing in yourself and self-love can be blended, and I think there's a difference between them, and it's okay to believe in yourself, but not like self-worship, like Luca was saying.
So the other thing is, I don't even know if you guys go to church more than me, but I don't even know if you guys are as hardcore as me, because I really resonate with the old school, hardcore Christianity view of humanity's flaws.
Oh, shit.
I didn't.
Damn, Kevin Savo's an Old Testament guy. Okay.
To preface where this is coming from, I mean, I really do believe.
Whoa, Josu Rodriguez says he is what we consider an enemy to the gospel. God damn. An enemy to the gospel? That sounds pretty goddamn serious, dude. That sounds pretty scary. You are an enemy of the gospel. I don't look. I'm not the most religious guy in the world, but I don't want to be an enemy of the gospel. That sounds fucking scary.
Opposite of what everybody thinks.
God damn, an enemy of the gospel. Whoa, that is fucking scary, dude.
Perfect. That everybody knows we ain't perfect, but for the most part, the self-love thing is an antidote to not believing in yourself. So everybody wants to feel good about themselves. Now, Luca, you can keep it for a second because I'm still on the biblical part. So
he's right.
But I identify with the old school Christian view that humans ain't shit.
I'm going to slow this down because it sounds like they're about to get into a really interesting part of their conversation.
And I ain't grow until I took on that mentality that I ain't shit until I overcome fear, anger, selfishness, pride. So before I overcame any of that, I viewed myself as somebody that wasn't shit.
There you go. There it is. We don't have the luxury of just waking up and declaring, I'm a bad motherfucker. Right? We can't, I can't just wake up and be, I'm him. No, I had to work for this shit. I had to work for mine. I had to work to get my girl. I had to work to get my cars. I had to work to make my money. I don't have to stand in front of the mirror and be like, yeah, I'm him. You want to know why? Because I know I'm him. God damn it. I'm him. And I've never said that into a fucking mirror. Damn. Ooh, wow, you guys really feel strongly about this. You guys feel very strongly about Ruslan. Pride is one of the 7 deadly sins. Oh, wow, Jossborn X says if someone leads people astray from Christ, misleads people knowingly, they can be considered an enemy of the gospel. Damn! Dude, I don't know. I don't think I ever want the label of enemy of the gospel attached to me. Like, I don't want look, if you do exist, I was never an enemy of the gospel.
Yeah, I think the problem is that people will worship themselves when they haven't done any work on themselves. And if you have...
Damn right. There we go. People will worship themselves if they haven't done any work on themselves. There you go.
Looked within to work on yourself, and you can't say that you worship yourself because you still have a lot of flaws that you haven't worked through. So that's one of my...
Can I throw something?
Go ahead. Yeah.
And then you're just justifying your problem.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. There it is. The airhead knows. She's like, you're just justifying your problems. You're not taking accountability. Oh, here comes Noel.
I feel like people will, so a problem will happen and they'll see it and they'll be like, well, it's not my fault, I guess. And they'll be like, or the problem will pass and they'll be like, well, I'm still that, I'm still her, I'm still that bitch. Even if I fucked up, I'm still that bitch. And that's where I think there's a fine line.
They're not acknowledging the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy, that vocal fry. Ooh, yeah. But yeah, she's right. Noelle is talking some sense all of a sudden. It's amazing when there's one crazy fucking female panelist. This happens on Fresh and Fit all the time, right? You guys, this crazy bitch is on Fresh and Fit every fucking night. But there's always that extra crazy bitch who's either going to get Frank castled or close to getting Frank castled. And they show a little bit of crazy, and the girls sort of co-sign for a little while. But when the tide starts to turn, when Myron starts to get that momentum, the girls all of a sudden, you'll see it in real time. They kind of sort of start to retract. Even when they're sitting next to the crazy one, a lot of them just kind of scoot away just a little bit. Just be, look, man, don't talk to me, Myron. Like, I'm not co-signing on this shit no more. That's exactly what's happened here. You want to know why? This is funny as fuck. I'm actually going to prove this right now and in living color. What's my timestamp? I'm at 107. Wait, hold on. I'm at 107.37. Look how far the airhead is sitting from Tay, right? Let's go back to the beginning. Look, hold up. Look at this. This is funny as fuck. Look, you see? Equal distance. Everything's cool, you know? Hey, we're all laughing. We're all having a good time, blah, 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 blah. But then you get to 107.37. Hold up. Let me take a screen grab of this. Because I want to show you guys in real time that these bitches are like, dude, I don't want anything to do with the crazy. 107.30. Wait, hold on. Where's it at? 107. Look. Yo, the airhead is indirectly saying with her body language, I do not co-sign what this crazy bitch is talking about. Look, dude, look at her. Look, she is completely closed off. She's got her hands interlocked. She's got her knees up. Dude, it's almost like she doesn't even want to touch the border of the chair. She's like, all right. And she's not making it like obvious. She's kind of like, $5 says she ends up on Noelle's lap before the end of the podcast.
Was a major point of growth for me because obviously, dude.
Hold up, look! I'm gonna show you all the difference right now. Hold on, I just took the screen grabs. Look at the gap. Look at the gap. This is funny as hell. Look. So this was in the beginning. Airhead's laughing, having a good time. Tay's laughing, having a good time. Now, not so much. Yo, you could almost fit another bitch between those two bitches. That's how wide that gap is. See, in the beginning, she kind of co-signed her crazy just a little bit. But as she's gotten, you want to know something? I'm not going to go into it, but you guys get the idea. I was actually going to go back to like maybe a midpoint between these two and maybe see the difference. Maybe, look, I don't know if you guys are familiar with, math. I wonder what the slope is. I wonder what the run rate is. I was trying to figure that out.
Dude's got healthy.
These bitches want nothing to do with her. They want absolutely nothing to do with this chick. And so now she's like, okay, this bitch, she's crossed the line to crazy. I'm going to come over here.
Egos too, sometimes bigger in certain cases.
Oh my God, dude.
Long time. Not so recently in my life where I started becoming wrong for things. There was a point where I was wrong for nothing. You know,
oh yeah, we've all been there.
Went bad. It was all her. I had to be all her because I'm perfect. You know what I mean?
Devin says animate it. You know what, dude? I swear to God. You know what? I wish I could get Savo to send me the single camera footage of the girls on the couch. And if he sends it to me, what I'll do is I'll do like a time. I'll speed it up to like a time lapse over time, and you'll watch the airhead slowly drifting away from Tay. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Look, I see it happen on Fresh and Fit all the time. I see it happen on Fresh and Fit all the time. There's always some crazy fucking bitch spewing off at the mouth, right? And in the beginning, the girl's like, yeah, she's taking it to Myron, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, she's taking it to him, and yeah, she's a bad bitch. But as the podcast goes on, girls are like looking at each other like, okay, wait a minute. Wait, did you hear what you just said? Right? Then maybe 5 minutes later, And then they say, oh, I got to go to the bathroom. Then they get up and go to the bathroom. And now all of a sudden they're not even in the frame. They're not even in the frame anymore. So, yeah. Hang on. Yeah. I need a new chair. This is actually Devin's chair because I broke mine. And now I've broken hers. Yeah. So I need a new chair. But yes, even though I think that's where we're going to start paying attention. I think we're going to start paying attention when I do these breakdowns. I'm going to start paying attention to who's not talking. Because what women say and what women do are almost always two very different things. And I think that we can illustrate that. Oh, Edward Cross, by the way, I was the one that texted you Happy New Year from the 775 number. And congratulations to Edward Cross, TSR Towers' newest moderator. Edward Cross has been a longtime supporter of mine. And he sent me a bunch of cool Captain Planet stickers. And he sent me a real nice note. So shout out to Edward Cross. Feeling generous today. I've given out 2 wrenches. 2 more than I usually give out. But yes, we're going to start paying attention to the women that are not talking. That's how you can tell what they really think.
I mean, that's why I reject this notion, because I lived through, I'm never wrong. I'm too great, you know what I mean, to ever be wrong. And so everything's the girl's fault. Then family.
Yep.
Everything is everybody else's fault. And nothing's ever my fault because I'm too perfect.
Yeah.
Even when you got the right idea, that's not quite the same thing as being perfect. So I don't know. I think that's a little bit more beneficial than self-love.
And while I got the mic, we got Glenn Lawrence in the chat.
Hey!
Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Glenn's been wanting to talk to you guys about Christianity too.
Yeah, we'll get to him. Yes, self-worship is technically you just gaslighting yourself.
Yes, pretty much. Yep. Yeah.
Ooh, it's before
kind
of break down what that means. It's gaslighting yourself because we are inherently.
I think what Glenn meant to say is self-love is basically gassing up yourself. You're just gassing yourself up. That's all it is.
Flawed. The whole.
Josu Rodriguez, am I pronouncing your name correct? Because it looks like Josu, but your last name is Rodriguez, so I assume that J is pronounced like an H. Let me know.
Journey of life is learning how to deal with our flaws. So it's gaslighting yourself because we're all inherently flawed and we're telling ourselves that we're great. Do you agree?
Well, okay. I think I was understanding what your version of worship was, is what my problem was.
Oh my God. Oh,
because
boy.
I think that it almost feels like you're saying the two statements can't coincide. I can't be imperfect, but also love myself. Like, I can't think I'm great because, like, that's why we're here. Like, it's not perfect. We're not perfect. We're here to learn. That's the only reason why we're alive. We're here to learn, whether you believe in a religion or not. Like, inherently, that's what we're here to do. We're here to learn how to be a human being, how to be a toddler, how to be a young kid, how to be a young adult, so on and so forth. How to be a productive member of society.
Real quick? I'm sorry. Let me just squeeze one off real quick before you go. Hold that thought. Make sure you remember.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So sorry about that. Accomplishments from all 3, I think, right?
Accomplishments. That's exactly right. What have you accomplished?
So, and I forget where we left off with you, but chime in on this. So, do we have an opinion then? If it sounds like everybody here is proclaiming to, aside from you teeter the line a little bit, but I don't dislike the things you're saying. So we'll.
Joss Bornek says some women can talk so much without saying anything. Yeah, that's pretty much all of them.
It sounds like all the girls here are proclaiming to be the type of women that, due to a certain extent, get their self-esteem from shit they've actually accomplished.
Yes, they are all bad bitches, Mr. Savo.
Right, Sierra, you agree with that? You get part of your self-esteem from things that you accomplished, you too, Caroline? Because you've accomplished a lot of shit academically. You've great first-time actor, great first-time AD, great first.
Oh yeah, Caroline is she's a brainiac. Yeah, that's one. I remember. I think Rocky told me in Philly. Because, I asked people, hey, how's it going with your relationship? He's like, yeah, she's really, really smart. And I'm like, oh, great. And he's like, no, she's like a brainiac. I was like, oh, okay.
First time everything on a fucking movie. Great woman to my brother. So
yeah, see, there you go.
Great. And if we're all proclaiming here that.
Isn't that funny? Caroline is easily, isn't this funny? Caroline is easily the most accomplished of any of these women. She's been in a movie. She's an academic superstar. But we've got a bitch who basically looks like Smeagol with glasses on, with a couple of ill-advised tattoos and duck lips, who is basically skinny fat, talking about, I'm a bad bitch. Tay, what the fuck are you on, man? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Unbelievable. Guys, this is why men are walking away. This is why men are walking away.
We're not quite on that spectrum of self-worship, insanity bullshit that I'm describing. Do we have an opinion of the type of girls that are out there? We see them everywhere. We see them on social media. We see them on TikTok. It's heavily promoted in the culture. Do we have an opinion on the girls that accomplish nothing, try for nothing, sometimes do nothing, but wake up every day and proclaim that they're perfect in the mirror and then put that idea out on social media?
And I know exactly where to find them. It's called Fresh and Fit. They have a panel of 8 to 10 of these bitches on at any given time.
Start with you and go around the couch.
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how I view influencers, especially on TikTok.
Ooh.
They're so annoying. I'm sorry, but I feel like just because a girl is so pretty and she's doing this and that, and then everyone just kind of like worships her and like she could do like no wrong, and like I'm not gonna like, obviously she's never gonna see this, and I'm sorry if this hurts anyone's feelings, but like Alex Earl, for example.
Don't even know her.
She posted a video where she like found
Alex
like
Earl.
a dress in her closet.
Alex Earl sounds familiar. Why does that sound familiar to me?
Throw up on it from over a year ago, and people are that in the comments are like, "Oh, you're so funny, you're so funny, you're so funny." But it's like, why are you like proud of that, and why are you like looking up to that? Like that's.
Oh, I know why I know who Alex Earl is because she is dating Miami Dolphins kick return specialist and special teamer Braxton Berrios. And the reason I know that is because Devin and I are huge fans of Hard Knocks on HBO.
It's not, and then like people like influencers will complain like my life's so hard, but I get Dior bags in the mail every week, and my life's so hard. It gets me flown everywhere. It's just like.
Oh shit! I bit my lip and I started bleeding. I was like, "What's this taste in my mouth?"
I got a good one for that. People say that they wear designer but don't worship their own designer.
Yes, Mark coming in with the religious shiv.
That's
Love
a
it.
rap lyric, isn't it? Is it?
Is it?
Sierra, so it doesn't sound like you're one of these girls, so do you?
Yeah, she dates Braxton Berrios. She does. Yep, that's all. Dude, I knew that name sounded familiar. The only reason I know who Alex Earl is because I saw her for 5 minutes on HBO's Hard Knocks.
Have an opinion of these type of girls and influencers, and that idea through them going out and there into the culture that that you're perfect as long as you worship yourself and
there you go,
yourself that you are, regardless of accomplishments or the type of person you are or the way you treat people.
I don't understand really how people like think like that. I agree with whoever said that it's like gaslighting yourself essentially.
Yeah.
Because how are you gonna?
Yeah, Jose Rodriguez. Yeah, the NFL guy, Braxton Berrios. Yep. Look. Yeah. That's him. I'm looking at it right now. Like she's with him right now.
Continue to tell yourself that you're, accomplished and proud and like all this if you don't have anything to show for it. Like, granted, you have to be forgiving if things don't necessarily go your way. Like for example, I'm on my 6th year of college. That's not at all what I had in store for myself, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to stop working for it and not walk across the stage in May when I'm finally getting what I worked so hard for.
Okay, awesome. So, future slutty Velma is in her 6th year of college. That's an accomplishment. But she doesn't wake up telling her, you know what, it's interesting. Just like Rocky said that the most gregarious and outgoing person in the room is usually the loneliest. Well, the same could be said about the bitches who proclaim that they're the baddest of bitches. Those are the most useless bitches. Oh. Well, that makes... Wait. What? No, Savo, stop! I'm texting back and forth with Kevin, man, and wow. Okay. All right. Well then, my bad.
Okay. We'll go down this way then.
Devin says, I wonder what her student debt is. Oh, God.
On the couch, start when you, opinions of this type of shit in the culture, women that are like this, that don't think like you, they've accomplished nothing, but as long as you accomplish nothing but simultaneously celebrate yourself, that's a good idea to promote to other women.
I think that's I feel like it's all the same for social media as showing what's not real. And I feel like that's what has put out there that you can do nothing and be proud of yourself.
Okay, what the hell happened to Noelle? What happened to Noelle? Like, she was supposed to be delusional and confrontate. I mean, like, she's supposed to be. All of a sudden, she's based. Who knew?
You know what I'm saying? Like, putting that wrong ideal of self-love out there, it promotes it and makes it seem like you can literally sit there and do nothing and be like, oh, well, I'm me, so everything's great, I'm good. Like, and it puts out there to like young girls that you can think like that when that's not how it is. And I think it's kind of obnoxious.
Eden?
Damn.
I agree. Also, to Caroline's point, Alex.
Oh, is her name Eden? Oh, that's a pretty, wow. Her name is Eden.
It is, and I think it's kind of obnoxious.
Eden?
Wow, her name is Eden. All right.
I agree. Also, to Caroline's point, Alex Roll also posted a TikTok that was talking about her boyfriend, how he unfollowed her to go fly out and see his ex-girlfriend, and basically everyone was like accusing her of like they were like cheating or whatever. But anyways, back to the point. I think that I agree with the gaslighting yourself, and I think if you just keep looking in the mirror and like saying like, oh no, I'm a bad bitch, everything's fine, you're never actually going to reflect and think that there's a problem in your actions, even if there are. So in a relationship, it's just going to be like self-sabotage where you're always going to be like, no, I'm not the problem, it's not me. And like it is, because you're just going to think that you're perfect if you keep saying like, no, I'm perfect, like everything's fine. And then I had
damn, all of a sudden the airhead doesn't really sound like much of an airhead anymore. Imagine that.
I don't remember.
Isn't it funny? Dude, isn't it funny how one crazy bitch on the couch automatically, it's almost like they're on this couch and the couch only has so much crazy and logic to give out. Clearly, Tay has taken all of the crazy. So there's no crazy left for Eden or Noelle. That's why they're logical. And look at the way Noelle is, dude. Look at the way Noelle is looking at Tay. Oh wait, that's not it, is it? No. Look at the way look at the way she's looking at her. Like she's looking at her like she fucking hates her. Oh my God.
But I think in terms of accomplishments, like, yeah, I agree that you can be proud of your accomplishments, but not like I'm proud of where I am and like how much I've come, but I don't necessarily look in the mirror as like, oh, I'm perfect because of this. So I don't really see that.
And then real quick, because I pretty much gauged your point on this, just real quick, everybody could just like shout it out and shit randomly. Did everybody try this at one point?
No, I didn't.
Did everybody try this at one point before you guys got to where you're at right now, whether it's because of your own personal growth or because you're getting to the age you are now or getting to the end of school? Did everybody try at one point because of the influence of the culture? Feeling down, shit's not working, you broke up with a dude, your family treats you like shit, I mean, whatever the fuck it is, and everybody like tried like waking up and fucking manifesting a fucking miracle and looking themselves in the mirror and telling themselves they're sexy. You go ahead, you did?
I was going to say, I don't necessarily do that because
no, did you ever try at one point?
No, not really, because whenever I was like down, I look at like I have to be grateful for what I have. Like, oh, you're complaining about this, well, at least you have like what you worked for. Like I grew up very like not very well off, but I'm so grateful for everything that my parents provided me. So I don't like
I'm very grateful for everything my parents provided me. Now, if you guys remember on the last episode, Eden, the airhead here, she told the story about how she lost her virginity to someone who already had a girlfriend. Like she bought the lie, hook, line, and sinker, took full advantage of her, right? This woman is in her 20s. And she recently, like, she lost her virginity like less than a year ago. And you want to know something, guys? If you guys go back and watch that episode, I believe her. I believe her. The story she told made all the sense in the world. Her actions, the way she moved, her thought process, all indicative of a woman who has had sex with someone for the very first time in her life. That's honestly probably why Eden was very tolerable the first time. I even said it earlier. Hey, you know what? She's starting to grow on me because she really does talk a lot of common sense. That may come from being raised by a mom and a dad. Go figure.
Complaining about
Dre Raven says, I'm Team Airhead. So am I, dude. Dude, so am I.
like complaining. So for example, complaining about college, like complaining like, oh my God, I hate college, I hate school or whatever. But like, I have to be grateful that I'm even in college. So I don't necessarily.
Listen, y'all. This is a very rare trait for young, attractive women. It is a very, very rare trait for young, attractive women to not complain. And if you look closely at Noelle, it looks as though Noelle is like, you know what? I could maybe take a page out of this girl's book. Look.
Really look at it like self-worship. Like,
look at her. Look, watch Noelle. Look. I'm going to rewind this a little bit. If you look at Noelle's body language, it looks like she's really paying attention. Like, maybe I could stand to learn from this.
Whenever I was like down, I look at like, I have to be
Watch
grateful
her.
for what I have. Like, oh, you're.
And again, remember, this is the same Noelle when Eden complimented her on her nails. She's like, yeah, thanks, whatever. She's just dismissed. But now look at her. Look how she's looking at her.
I was gonna say, I don't necessarily
Now she's paying attention.
do that because.
No, did you ever try at one point?
No, not really. Because whenever I was like down, I look at like, I have to be grateful for what I have. Like, oh, you're complaining about this. Well, at least you have like what you worked for. Like, I grew up very like not very well off, but I
look at Noelle.
Everything that my parents provided.
Look at Noelle.
So I don't like complaining about like complaining.
That body language, the rubbing of the fingers. What you guys are watching in real time is self-reflection. If you just keep an eye on Noelle, you can tell that what Eden is saying resonates with her on some level. Watch.
So, for example, complaining about college, like complaining, like, oh my God, I hate college, I hate school.
Yep.
Or whatever.
Look at her.
Like, I have to be grateful that I'm even in college. So I don't necessarily look at it like self-worship. Like, I don't know.
Appreciative.
Yeah, like appreciative.
There you go. See? That little head nod, she's like, okay, she's co-signing on it.
You've overcome a lot of shit at one point when you were younger. You ever struggling and tried the bad bitch method? Like, I'm just everything that can be, and that's why everything should be fine.
Really, I kind of like was being more grateful, and I'm also the type of person that tries to look.
Yeah, Caroline doesn't strike me as the type of girl who's like, I'm a bad bitch.
Things like no rain, no flowers, like.
Yeah, Josu Rodriguez says she's looking back at her life like going, dang, yeah, man.
Maybe I'll wake up and be like, let's have.
Dre Raven says it's dawning on Noelle that Eden is outclassing her. Uh-oh. I would agree with that.
A better day, and this is what I'm looking forward to. But then when I go to brush my teeth, I'm not like, you're a bad bitch.
Also, gratitude journal.
That's funny as fuck. She said, brushing her teeth, you're a bad bitch. She didn't even, this is why you know she doesn't do this, because she didn't do it right. She's like, I'm a bad bitch.
Like, gratitude journal, like, you're grateful for the things. You're not saying, like, I have no problem.
Dude, I'm telling you, look at Noelle when Eden speaks, man.
I'm perfect. You're saying these are the things I can be grateful for in my life.
Yeah. Does everybody have a gratitude journal right now?
Yeah.
Everybody here has one?
I do not.
Is it
what?
Full? I'm going to give you a link to Olivia James.
Okay.
You're going to get a gratitude
I
journal.
love her gratitude journal. Shout out Olivia.
Ever tried the bad bitch route? And by the way, this is an admission of maturing if you ever did. Were you ever gripped enough by the...
Very nice. I see how he framed that. Don't be ashamed. If you ever embrace the bad bitch method, we're not going to jump on you. Just be honest.
Sure, it might have been years ago. Was there a point where you were going through shit and you were like, yeah, I'm a fucking bad bitch, so that'll cure everything?
There was definitely a point where one of my friends tried to convince me, and you know, I was going through it at the time, and she was like, you just gotta wake up and tell yourself this and tell yourself that, and I tried it and it just didn't do for me.
How is she doing though? By going through life reminding herself that she's a bad bitch.
Probably a train wreck.
Works for her.
Sometimes I think sometimes it works for her because that's what she believes. Like, if you tell yourself something enough times, I feel like your brain starts to believe it, and so she like thinks that it works for her, so she continues to do it.
Right.
The like evidence of it and me seeing what she still texts.
Holy shit. I've been live streaming for 4 hours. Wow. Holy shit. I didn't realize. Is it really almost 8 o'clock? Yo. Dude, I can't remember the last time I lost track of time like that. Dude, it's almost 8 o'clock. Holy, look, in the first episodes of TSR Live, when my first studio was in the corner of me and Devin's bedroom, I had the window right beside me. So I was always aware of, the sun was going down, blah, 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 blah. I've got a window here, but it's covered up by everything. I had no idea. I'd been streaming live for 4 hours. Yes, Roadblock85 says, still 2 hours away from your TSR record. Yes, I did a 6-hour live stream. And that was the Fresh and Fit where Red was on the panel. So, holy smokes. Dude. God damn. I had no idea it is 7:56. Damn. Okay, well, well, thank you guys very much for the support. I appreciate it. Holy smokes, man. Like, yeah, it's been like the same 200 people in here, so I appreciate it. Yeah, King Life says, Donovan having a good time. Yeah, dude, yeah, right? Jesus. Yeah, that was a very, 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 very long stream, man. That was a fucking marathon, but it didn't feel, to me, it didn't feel like 6 hours. It just didn't. So this is Alex Earl. With 6 days ago. Yeah, see, that's her with Braxton Berrios. Yeah, I remember I saw her on our docs. Okay, well, damn. All right, well, thank you guys all very much for tuning into the live. I will see you guys. Somebody asked. I think it was the trucker. The trucker. He wanted to know. Panda Trucker with the $5 super chat says, "What did Shaft say? I'm a bad mother. Shut your mouth." I think Panda Trucker also asked, "Am I going to be doing it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon?" Yes, it is going to be Monday through Thursday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This will be the permanent time slot for TSR Live. You guys know that I sometimes switch it to TSR Prime Time when we have the time change. But because of me being Danas Wodab, spelled backwards, and just all the BS with my account, I'm clearly something's going on with my account, and it's weird. The more I live stream, the more my subscribers go down. I don't even care. I don't care. I do this because I love it. Honestly, man, at this point, my YouTube revenue makes up maybe 10 to 15% of my monthly revenue. So it's not even, it's a discovery app, just like Myron said. It's a discovery app. So if I can make a few bucks, on a live stream here or there, I'm good with that. So yeah, 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time is now the permanent start time for TSR Live. So when you subscribe, here's what I suggest you do, and I'm going to start reminding people. Here's what I'm going to start reminding people. When you subscribe to TSR Live, okay, you can hit the bell, but you can't rely on YouTube to give you the notification. And here's the thing. This is what my rep explained to me. I was like, dude, how can I have 173,000 subscribers, but I'm only getting 200 and 300 people? Like, where are the notifications? He said, well, he's like, you do know and understand that you're not the only YouTube channel that your subscribers are subscribed to. I'm like, yes. He says, well, if they hit the bell on every single one of their YouTube notifications, their phone is going to be blown up. So YouTube does decide which channels get priority notifications and which one don't. Fair enough. So when you subscribe to the YouTube channel, okay, hit the bell, get the notification. In the event that doesn't work, and it probably won't, dude, just create a daily alarm in your phone. Create a daily alarm in your phone, on your Amazon Alexa, on your Apple Watch, whatever the case may be. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, Donovan Sharpe is about to go live, or he's already live. Let me go ahead and switch it over there right now. Oh, Panda Trucker with another $5 super chat. Appreciate that very much. So yeah, subscribe, hit the bell, set an alarm, 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Thursday. That is the way it will be until I'm off YouTube, I kick the bucket, or a combination of both. So, all right, I am going to go downstairs. I'm going to eat a big fat ribeye steak, some nice crispy broccoli, and some Maryland-style crab cakes for dinner. Thank you guys very, very much. I will see you guys right back here tomorrow for TSR Live episode number 1033. Take care.